It's done. It's done.
Can everybody who is not on the board, please mute your microphones?
Before I mute, can you hear me? Okay, good. Sometimes my microphone doesn't work, so okay.
Okay.
No, I can't get any video. Can somebody help me? This is Steph Levine calling.
Did that work? No. Yes, there you are.
How did you do that?
I just asked you to turn your video on.
You do something? I don't know how to do that. It just normally.
Yeah, I just gave you, I probably put the button in front of you.
I like you.
Okay,
Thanks so much.
you're welcome.
This is a true story, but the master bedroom how is that? This house.
And I've got the Greens grant here for you. Thank you. Absolutely.
What do you think?
Would anyone like an appetizer?
Well, how many scholars do you get?
4 scholars.
4. I just have this.
Can we please mute if you're not on the board?
Mr. Jewett?
I don't know who it is.
I think most of it's coming from Kurt. Kurt, would you mute yourself, please?
I muted him,
We go?
but
Okay,
there's still someone else. Hold on.
Is it me?
it's better.
Yeah, Paula, I think it is.
Hold on, I've never done Zoom, so bear with me.
That's okay.
No worries. It's the bottom left
Oh,
microphone button. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds better.
Yes.
So we have 1, 2,
Joe is just joining right now.
okay, 3. I thought I saw Lee.
Yeah, I've got Bob, Betty, Tim, Lee, Hal, and Joe. Except Joe, he's not here yet.
Yep. And do we know who's phoned in? It's not a number I recognize.
I don't know, yeah.
That's fine. It's not Joe.
That's the main thing I wanted to know. Okay, so we've got,
Yeah,
sorry?
it says he's joining, so I don't see him yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen him either.
No.
We can
Okay.
get him in there.
Okay, let
We
me
can at least
start
get going.
recording.
All
right. We're recording and we're on YouTube, so you're all
Okay.
set.
Read my statement. We don't have new executive order numbers, do we?
I don't know. No?
I don't
The
think.
executive orders as they relate to public procedure should not have changed.
Okay, I didn't
And
think
we
so.
have not been updating the emergency order number every 3 weeks when the governor has to renew it.
Right.
Oh, good, because
Just want to double check. Give me a second to find that. Okay, I will call the April 29th, 2021 Town of Northwood Planning Board meeting to order at 6:34. All board members who are present can announce themselves and whether they are have anyone else in the room with them.
Betty Smith, the cat's around somewhere.
Al Kreider, my wife's here with me.
Lee Baldwin and a whiny dog.
Okay. I think Joe McCaffrey is on his way, but I'll let him speak for himself. Bob Strobel, I am in my office by myself. Has Joe successfully managed to get in?
no, I don't think so.
Not yet. Okay. We'll add him separately when he gets in.
Right.
If he gets in, you
Yep.
can always call him. So for now, voting designation is all members present who have just announced themselves. We have minutes of April 22nd. We have minutes from April 22nd.
Yeah, and you also have the ones from,
Okay.
yeah, the April 22nd minutes took me like
Yeah.
5 minutes.
I was gonna say, that's what makes.
But I still got to do them.
Yes, you still got to do them. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to, let me pull them up here. Hang on a second.
April 8th and April 22nd.
Yes.
Move to accept the minutes of April 22nd.
Oh, I think we should do the April 8th first.
Okay, April 8th.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Betty Smith, second by Mr. Kreider. Discussion on the minutes of April 8th.
So I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Maybe it's just me, but mine are marked March 25th, 2021.
Oh,
Yet they're the ones that are made a motion to continue 1912. So I printed them
yeah.
off.
Okay, so the date's wrong at the top. I'll fix that.
Okay. So that other than that, I don't have any problem with them.
Okay.
So I'd like to see the date at the top changed to the right date.
Okay, I have the right date on for the April 8th ones, but just so we're talking about the same minutes.
The
right?
April 8th ones, I've got the right date. No, I'm talking about the previous ones.
I think we
What
approved
was the
those.
date?
Right now, we're
Ones where
just, go ahead, Tim.
the ones that we carried them, them all over to April 29th. Those were supposed to be dated April what?
22nd.
I think they're dated March 25th.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at those yet. I think we're
Other than
doing,
that, I have no problem with them other than the date
Okay.
on the top.
okay, right now let's address the 8th, the ones for April 8th.
Oh, they were terrible. I found a big mistake.
Go
On
ahead.
page 2,
Ouch.
sorry, I'm exaggerating. On page 2, line 4, site plan review and is proposing an expansion of and I think the D should go away.
Okay,
It should be in existing gravel pit.
okay.
And that's really all I found. I'm just busting your chops.
Okay. Anyone
Other
else?
than that, they were great.
Anyone else on the minutes for April 8th? Hearing none. Susan could do a roll call vote, please.
Hal,
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lee? Is Lee still here?
Please.
Yes, but Lee is muted.
Oh,
Yeah, I hit unmute. It didn't unmute. Yes.
okay. Tim,
Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes. We still don't have Joe yet.
He keeps trying to join. I don't know
Yeah.
if he
Okay,
must be
well,
having.
that's fine. When he gets in, he gets in. Just let us know. Okay, that was April 8th. We have minutes of April 22nd.
To approve.
Okay, motion by Mr. Jandeber,
Second.
second by Ms. Baldwin. Discussion.
The date on top.
Pardon me?
The
The
date.
date.
Oh, the date on top. Yep. Anything else? Okay, Susan, can do a roll call vote, please.
Betty,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Hal,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes. Okay. First up is Linda. I'm gonna put the 674s at the end.
Can I ask you if you would just quickly go through those? I think we can
Sure.
address
Okay.
those. The reason is it's holding up building permits.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Did
I think they're pretty, I think we can get through those pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think so too. Have members of the board had a chance to drive out to take a look at both locations?
I'm not.
You have not?
Yeah.
You have or have not, Tim?
Yeah.
You have, affirmative. Okay, anyone else?
I haven't had a chance to.
I haven't either.
Okay. That gives 2 of us who have and 3 of us who have not, who are here tonight.
I wished I had copied it. I emailed Linda some questions and she did a very good job of explaining what our role is.
Yep.
The planning board role, which was somewhat different than I might have thought. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure how important it is that some people did or didn't go out there.
Yep.
Right.
To be honest with you.
So, I mean, I had a chance to drive past both. The standard questions that we have for this and our role is they're fine. Vehicle coming in, whoever pulls in first will be the last one out because it's all going to be, you know, fine. They're tight access, but otherwise, I found both roads were in pretty good shape. I always like to, and our past practice has been to comment that if there is not a formal road agreement association or maintenance agreement, to that one be put in place.
Right.
And I can't answer that for either way. I think there is one for Association Drive, but I couldn't swear to that.
I believe that may be part of actually part of a village district relative to roads.
Did they vote for a village district in Association Drive? I know,
Tim Valencourt did.
yes,
Correct.
I knew it was talked about. I don't recall what the,
So it was all finished. We voted on it. It was approved, and it seems to be a very good program.
okay, good to know. Anyone else have any comments they want to add to that?
Nope.
Is that enough for you, Linda?
Made tonight from the tape and record those and send them to.
That's fine with me, as
you.
long as the rest of the board agrees.
Do we need a motion?
I think we have in the past, but I don't know. We can, sure.
Okay, move to what? Move to leave positive comment?
I'd say put the comments as stated on the both applications.
Sounds good.
Ryder, discussion?
For clarification, can we put on that one is 6 Association Drive and the other is 14 Summer Street?
Yep.
Just so that we know for sure what they are.
Yep, that's fine. That's good. I assume that was going to be the case.
They each have their own application.
Further comment? Hearing none. Susan, could do a roll call vote, please.
Lee? Lee?
She's muted.
Yes, it's the one.
Yes.
Hal?
Yes.
And Bob?
Yes. Next up is 19-12, Michael Sullivan, Aroma Joe's.
Good evening,
And
Scott.
note that,
I'm recusing myself.
yes, thank you. Mr. Frankowitz, welcome back.
Thank you. I can go right into a little discussion on the project, or is there any catching up on the project that you need? Obviously, we've been away from the board for a while, asking for continuances.
Yep.
We did submit plans. It was end of the summer last year, and since then we've been working with DOT to come up with a plan. We submitted a plan on the 19th to the town of what DOT has agreed in conceptual status with, and we also have a letter from February that we have from DOT. And if you'd like, I can read that into the record, or if everybody's seen it.
It was forwarded to the board.
Yep, we've seen it, and it's a part of the record as is the plan set.
Okay. I can share my screen and go over the plan if you like.
Sure, that would be lovely.
Yeah, Susan just asked.
I was just going to ask you that.
You should be all set.
I am now. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, grab the right. So you should see the letter we got from DOT right now. Does everybody see that? I'm going to turn over to the plan that we've been working with DOT to correct. If everybody had kind of back history here, when we were at the planning board, one of the last things that was discussed was sidewalks. And it was determined that we needed to provide a sidewalk along Bow Lake Road. And then there was a lot of discussion about Route 4 and potential improvements. As you may remember, there was on Route 4, there's a 12-foot lane currently with a 10-foot shoulder, and then granite, and then a sidewalk, and then onto Mr. Sullivan's property. So we went back and forth with DOT, and this is the plan we've come up with along with them. Starting from the right of the plan is in front of the church. We're modifying it back to just in front of the church so that the decel lane is 240 feet with a taper of 100 feet back required by DOT. As you see, we're following along the existing right off at the exit or entrance to the church, and then we start veering off of where it was located. This dotted line along here is the existing curb and pavement. So we start going away from it, following the new layout of the lanes. And then we curve around a telephone pole, and then we're on the backside of all the telephone poles in front of Mr. Sullivan's property. And then we come back onto the existing sidewalk on Bull Lake Road, or the interchange where there's the crosswalk across Bull Lake Road. We're tying into that. Obviously, the reason for shifting it was to get it away from the road and to get it on the other side of the poles and not have to move the 4 poles that are currently out there. One of the things DOT wanted to make sure is that we had permission and an easement from the church. Mr. Sullivan's talked with them, and they are willing to give an easement. It has to be drafted up and executed, but they're in agreement with this latest plan. So as we turn on to Bull Lake Road, there's a lot of improvements as well here. Currently, the existing left turn, right turn lanes is about right here where it stops, and then it starts narrowing down into what's out there as a 2-lane road. The sidewalk comes along Route 4, then ties into what's out there right now. And then we're proposing to continue it along the entire length of Mr. Sullivan's property, which ends right here, providing that sidewalk along there, which was discussed at the planning board. And that was the requirement at the last planning board, that we provide a sidewalk along the entire length of the property line along Bull Lake Road, which we have done. This as well, all of this is reworking the lines, getting more stacking along with DOT, Steve Pernaugh. We've provided that. And I can't remember the number, but I believe it's 9 cars can stack in either row, which is substantial. Where it is right now, I think it's 4 cars can stack before you start getting bottlenecked there. There's a lot of detail on the plan, a lot of time and effort went into it, and I would just wanted to get it in front of the board tonight and ask for any questions, and then we can. And part of the process is, of course, we have to work with DPW, Northwoods Highway Department, because they will be the applicant for the highway access permit to DOT. So tonight we'd like to discuss that, and if we have to, ask the board permission to start discussing it with them going forward, and working with them to get the highway access permit submitted.
Okay. Questions? In where you're at now, where I can see the sidewalk, what is the material? Yes, right where your pointer is there.
Right now, we currently have it proposed just as grass, separating the travel way and the sidewalk.
Okay. Okay, other questions?
This is the.
Okay.
I have a few,
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if the board doesn't have any.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Frankowitz, right where you are, it looks like you're shifting the edge of pavement on the west side of Bull Lake Road. Can that all be done within the existing right of way?
Yes,
Okay.
this is the existing right of way here.
Okay. I guess going down to in front of the church. So it looks like most of this is also within the existing right of way until you need to jog before you hit the pole.
Correct. We jog right here, and the right of way is right here. And part of the first discussion with DOT was about a 10-foot easement along Mr. Sullivan's, which is going to continue here. And then we'll tie into an easement that the church will grant to get the sidewalk and grading within. And really, it's just this section here to get around that pole on the church property, and then it goes on to Mr. Sullivan's property.
Okay. And that easement would be granted to NHDOT?
I believe so, and Mike had more discussions with DOT on that, and they asked for, make sure we could confirm that we'd get an easement from the church. And Mike's been talking with the church, and he can expand on that if you like.
Okay.
May I interrupt for a moment and note for the record that Joe McCaffrey has joined?
Okay. Yes, thank you. Joe's, I think he's phoned in. Would you mind renaming him, Susan? And Joe, are you with us?
Which one is he? I'm
I
sorry.
think he's the 684 number.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that you, Joe?
I can't reply. Can you hear me?
Now
Yes.
we can.
Yeah.
Can you hear
All
us?
This has been an ordeal trying to, are you hearing me on the phone line or am I
Yes,
showing
so-
up on a?
You're on the phone line.
Okay. The Zoom, after repeated tries, was recirculating me, and so I just went to phone because I
That's
have
fine.
no alternative.
Okay.
I'm not able to see, of course, what you're talking about. I have I understand, but okay, good. I don't know right now. I don't seem to have control whether I can go on mute or off, but you can hear me, so
We can hear you.
I'm in the dark in more ways than one right at the moment. So okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So Joe McCaffrey has added the voting designation at 6:55. Okay. Go ahead, James. You had started some questions.
Yeah, I think if Mr. Sullivan has a brief update about, what that process is going to be like, that's fine. Otherwise, with the understanding that obviously that easement is going to need to be figured out and those details prepared before, any approval, final Sullivan's expense.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then to the point of the town final question, or kind of, it's about halfway between a question and a comment, was that we had talked about a final full submittal plan set prior to rendering a decision on this case. Is that still the intent? And Mr. Frankowitz, I recall that you had mentioned in submitting these that you weren't anticipating that we would resume deliberations tonight, that you were anticipating a continuance again. Is that still your intent, to give us a full plan set that reflects these changes
It is.
before we start the hearing process again?
It is, and we didn't submit a continuance for tonight. We submitted the plans on the 19th along with the letter, just so we could talk about them tonight. Obviously, we know it's being continued, but we will. The whole plan set that was the site was pretty much gone over and done. We will add the sidewalk improvement plan to the plan set and make it a one comprehensive plan set.
Okay. Thank you. That's all of my questions.
Thank you.
Bob, can I interrupt?
Yes, go ahead.
If this is really addressed to Susan, if I'm showing, I'm talking to you on the phone, but I'm also getting an indication that I am entered or waiting for the host to enter me on the Wi-Fi side. Am I showing on that side where you could do that? That way I could see what's going on.
I can't really, let me see. I can't really, oh, okay. I do see you, hold on.
Okay. Joys of technology.
Very entertaining.
Okay.
I think, are you in here now? Okay, never mind.
Yes, he is. I'm seeing him.
I just see him as phone.
Well, he just was added just at the very end.
Okay.
Joe McCaffrey at the bottom too.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Okay. Other questions from the board or town staff? Comments?
I do.
Go ahead, Tim.
Sometime back on another issue in town, there was a lot of discussion on sidewalks and whose responsibility the maintenance of those sidewalks afterwards goes to, the town made it very clear that they didn't want the responsibility, and that caused quite a furor. Has that been resolved? So, snow removal for one.
Mr. Kreider, you have any comments on that?
As far as I know, nothing has changed. We can ask Walter to dig into it if you'd like.
That was a really big issue around the dollar store and others back a ways. And I think if some of you that have been around for a while are going to remember that there was actually, I believe, Linda might be able to help here, a Supreme Court ruling on the issue. I don't know if I'm bringing any memories back, but there was some issues regarding sidewalks and maintenance of those sidewalks after the fact, after they were built.
I'll
And
tell
it
you
became a
what.
big issue.
Yes.
Well, I can give you my understanding of it.
Well,
The Board of Selectmen signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Transportation that requires the town to maintain any sidewalks that go in on state highways. However, with that said, I think there was also a winter maintenance procedures that were put in place that allow for the selectmen to choose not to maintain in the winter. And that certainly should be something that's looked into now. I know we ran into a problem down on when the Maston and Davlin Drive was
Yes.
being developed down
Exactly.
there. And then the selectmen said, oh, we didn't know we had to maintain the sidewalks if they went in, and they asked the planning board to remove the sidewalks that had been approved, and the planning board went back and was redesigned to remove the sidewalks. The status of the sidewalks on Bow Lake Road, which is a town road, is a separate matter, and both should be looked into.
That's my point. Thank you.
I'm listening. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Is that something that we can ask town administrator to look into as far as the status of the agreement?
yeah, but I think it should go via Linda.
I will
Yes.
talk to Walter on Monday, and we can go over it, and I can provide what I have. And
Okay.
then he
I
can
just don't want
review
it
it
to
and,
come from me as a board member or as a planning board member.
Yep. No, that's fine.
I'm glad to follow up on it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anything else from the board for tonight on this case? I believe we have a request for continuance.
Motion to approve the request for continuance. To what date?
Good point. Let me pull up my calendar here. We have meetings on May 13th and 27th.
I would suggest the 27th.
I concur, not that it's solely my vote, because on the 13th will be part 2 of 6 of the cases tonight.
Well, I'm making a motion that we continue it to, I'm sorry, Bob, May what, 27th?
May 27th.
Yep, sorry, May 27th.
That's okay. We have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Jandeber. That was a second by Ms. Betty Smith. Or Lee Baldwin, doesn't matter. Discussion? Susan can do a roll call vote, please.
Is Joe? Still
Can
here?
you hear me? The answer is
Oh,
yes,
okay.
you can.
Hal,
Yes,
Lee.
I'm still recused.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
He is recused.
Tim,
Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes,
Sorry about that.
that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd just like to confirm that plans are due on the 17th, correct? The updated plans for that meeting?
10 days before, minimum of 10 days before.
Correct.
here.
So that would be Monday, the 17th by 4 p.m.
And then any other information submitted by the public by?
Information by the public would be due by close of business on Tuesday, the 27th. Sorry, that's this month. By Tuesday, the 25th, again at 4 p.m.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. And would you release your screen? Thank you. One step ahead of me. Okay. Next up is 21-4 site plan and subdivision, Chestnut and Cape.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, Mr. Chairman, how would you like me to start with tonight? I'd like to go over some of the plan revisions that we had after we listened to some of the comments, and I can share my screen and show you what we've done to address the concerns with driveways that were in the setback.
Okay.
And then I would like to have a discussion with the board to talk about our roadways that are through the development and how those are interpreted and how we feel that those are interpreted, not as driveways with respect to setback for a paved roadway.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sure. Susan could
Sure.
give you control.
Should be all set.
Yep, she did. Thank you so much.
Sure.
So what we did here is we've made some changes to the plan, and it's really with respect to the units that were up along Old Canterbury Road. We had a couple sections where we had driveways that were in the setback off of this west entrance. Over here, we had an area where the community center parking would be bumped off into the setback, and that wasn't allowed. So what we did was we took and we made this row of buildings a townhouse, basically taking a look at the structures, combining them to be able to get our 5 units so that we still have the same 21 units of residential on here, combining that into the townhouse. And what that does is it does a couple things. It reduces the impervious coverage on the site, and it allows us to kind of clean up in this entrance on this side. And then what we did is we moved over the community building over to this area on the edge, and it will be, the same architecture style as the units. And we listened to some of the comments from the abutters, and where, okay, the thought was, okay, if there's visitors coming, since these are in 2-bedroom units for the 62 and over, being able to provide maybe a space in this community room where visitors can sign it out, stay for a couple days while visiting parents or grandparents or whoever's staying in there, and be able to have that potentially into this community center / short-term stay unit on this edge. So those are the site changes that we have. I provided a memo and worked a little bit with James on the discussion with the driveway and what's considered, how that's considered a structure and items like that. We do know that this driveway that comes in, we like to keep 2 driveway entrances onto the property for a couple reasons. For ease of traffic congestion through the development, easier for emergency access to get through here, and as a result, we'd like to keep this section paved. We know that if we say put a gate here as a last resort, put it like a fire gate, and or even left this first entrance gravel, this discussion we wouldn't have this discussion with the board. And it's the kind of understanding of thinking, okay, that this is a private road into a condo development that is not meeting that is not by definition a driveway, is a roadway. And we'd like to kind of get that section of the discussion cleared up before we move on to any next comments as we move around through here.
Okay. A question on the community common space visitor unit. That looks to be approximately the same floor area as the existing unit. Is the idea that it is a well, tell me how
Sure.
how do you plan envision that?
Yeah.
And address parking as well, please.
Yep. So what we have here is there's room for 2 vehicles to park right here, either for, say, visitors that are staying there very, very short term, or for the community center where people can have a couple cars parked here and then others would walk to it. We're working on the floor plan layout to figure out, okay, where is that dividing line going to be inside? So there is a wall that gets you to, maybe a common bathroom that then locks off to 1 bedroom in that area, so that is a separate unit if it is, and then maybe somebody could have a small function in that community center. Because the idea is that we do,
If it's under development, that's fine. I was curious.
But what I'm using Holt right now is just a similar placeholder to what a unit size would be, knowing that we would have the jog here gives me more room to have some parking. It keeps the building kind of tighter to the roadway, so it's not spreading back out into the rest of the development. Whereas the previous plan, this had a duplex on this area on this side, and now we're trying to concentrate what we can up along this in that townhouse portion of the building right here, where we can have these units stacked next to each other. I'm just going to kind of share a different screen again, just so everybody kind of remembers that this is the appearance of those buildings. There's 1 story. Some of them have a small room that is a bonus room up here. I also have a floor plan that I can show everyone in here about what that looks like up above that section. Again, I'm going to flip through my pages real quick. This is just the first floor plan showing for the duplex areas with the common wall and the layout. And then this is the section here that would be the area above the garage that you can see. It has some stairs up here for a bonus room, about 14 feet wide, 22 feet deep on there. And then we have a cathedral area here that gets you a wide open area in the living room. That's, these 2 are not connected, but you get some vaulted ceilings in the living area space on the first floor. I'm going to go back and share the site plan again on that. We've also been working with our attorney to come up with language for the restrictions in the condo documents about age restriction, and we'll be submitting that information to the board in more detail with our next submission, because we do know that was a topic of discussion as well.
Okay, questions from the board?
So I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Being as honest as I can, I am very concerned about the bonus room. I don't want to make any bones about it. I think that's an area of concern. So I'm going to be very interested in looking at the agreements as to how many people, et cetera, age-wise, et cetera, can live in there. So that's one of the real questions I have, that bonus room. And I would like, because I don't think I have that. I just was looking at all the paperwork. I would like to have a copy of that page showing that bonus room. I don't believe I have that so far. Number 2,
Tim, let me address that for just a minute. I think we asked last time for essentially copy of the site plan that you're seeing there, with indicating which units had the bonus room and which ones had a basement. Correct? Is that what you're asking, or you want the?
Yes,
you
I
want
would
the-
like to know, I would like floor plans of the ones that have bonus rooms and the ones that have basement. Yes, I'd like to have a complete set of plans so that I knew exactly what I was looking at.
We will
Number
provide
two.
that.
Yep, thank you. And certainly, I think I can speak for the board. We understand that, as you have made changes to the plan and that hasn't, you haven't either had a time to look at it or the changes have not been or superseded, that information. So eventually we'll get it. Okay.
The
go
other
ahead, Tim.
question, the other issue I have is simply the existing road. It is an incredibly small road. I did ask Linda, who I think asked our road agent, what the town had for a right of way through there, and she indicated to me that it might be 33 feet. I'm wondering if we have a definitive answer on that yet. What is the town right of way on Old Canterbury Road? How much room do we have?
I don't know that exact answer. I will get that for you. What I can do is I can look at the dimension from the property line that we have here on our property, and typically a stone wall creates the other boundary of a right of way. And I can get a dimension for that. While we're having our discussion, I just need to open up the CAD file to put a dimension and get that off of that for you. But we can do some more research to understand what that right of way. We do have, if you look here in the middle of the plan, that there's from the previous plan that was done for the survey that the previous firm was very accommodating and gave us their information, was that they have indicated that Cemetery Road, Old Canterbury, is a 40-foot right of way.
And again, you may be right. All I know is I would like a definitive answer at some point before approval. And I'll be honest with you, my concern is from this unit going east. It is my experience that people take the shortest distance. So if these people in this development, and I'm very much for senior citizen development, but if they want to go to Hannaford, they're not going to go west to go east, in my opinion. So that means they're going to go on a very, very narrow road to Main Street and come out onto Route 4 that direction. An awful lot of them, if not all of them. So I would like a definitive answer from somebody, how much right away and what we might be doing, whether it's the developers or the town or working in conjunction together. What are we going to do to possibly improve the road east? I'm done.
Okay. Any other member? Hal, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple. I sort of echo Tim's question on the bonus room versus the basements. I guess maybe I missed it. I thought these were all on slab. Are now some of them having basements, or did I just miss that initial point?
We're still working on that. I'm going to tell you right now that the majority of the ones up here in the middle of the property are going to have be on slabs. There's the potential that some of these that are on the slope could have a walkout basement. But the vast majority, and we will indicate which ones have slabs and which ones have basements on the next submission.
Yeah, and I'll just say it right up front, just as Tim did, that's one of the areas where I'd be concerned that the walkout basements, given that they would have good egress, would turn into a apartment or something like that.
Yeah, and again, that's, when we submit our condo documents that indicate the usage, the number of people, the age, and all that, that's going to be really clear in there with respect to how that operates.
Okay, and the related question, and again, I just worry from the perspective of, you know, maybe it's self-enforcing, but I got to tell you, you know, based on what I see many other places, it's not. Maybe it is for now here, but it's just not. I mean, I go up to where my daughter lives in Vermont. It is not by any stretch self-enforcing. So my concern with the clubhouse is, for example, a visitor that is allowed to stay for 3 days, renews for 3 days, renews for 3 days, ad infinitum 3 days, and now is living there on a year-round basis. I like the concept of, you know, this elderly housing, and I think the town likes the concept of the elderly housing and has, you know, granted, you know, much more density. But we need to be fair to the folks that granted that and make sure it stays that way.
No, I agree with that. Yep.
And I guess, Bob, we'll have to discuss relative to the road. And I don't know if this is something we have to take back to the select board or how it works. But as Tim mentioned, will this development ultimately put pressure on the town to spend money to improve the road going eastward? And we're going to have to understand that clearly, you know, in terms of what does that obligate us, or what kind of pressure will the people living there in the future put on us, because they, as Tim said, get tired of driving west to go east. Tim's absolutely right that the road to the east is narrow, steep, and would be probably, well, I'll just say it'd be expensive. It would not be, there's no way it would be cheap. So it's a very big concern. And then the other concern I have from a town obligation perspective is the road itself going to the west is not in great shape, but at least it's holding up. What's going to be the result of the heavy equipment going in and stuff like that? It's one thing to have it bad, but it's another thing to have it go from bad to impassable. So those would be some of the things I'd like to understand before we get into the deliberations. I'd like to have that information ahead of time. So Bob, you'll have to guide me in terms of, do we need to formally ask the town those questions? Do we need to formally ask Walter to dig up that information, or how does that work?
I believe we have, and I don't want to take the time to dig it up, the number of trip generators. What is it? I think for Mr. Oliva can chime in if he has it. I seem to recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's 6 trips per day per household. So we'd be looking at, for 21 units, 120, 130 some.
132.
Thank you. Additional trips added to Cemetery Street, Old Canterbury Road.
Yeah.
Which, living at the other end of it, on the dead end side of it, I think would be a quite significant increase, just based strictly on my empirical observations that, and for somebody who doesn't travel that road very often. But I think that's, I believe, Mr. Levy, you did have trip generations in your packet somewhere?
I did, yeah. And what the ITE traffic generation manual tells us is that the detached elderly housing, which this would be, has a lower trips per day than a standard single family house.
Okay.
So if we look at a standard single family house that has an average trip per unit per day of 9.44. If we look at what a senior adult housing has, that's 3.7. So there's quite a difference on the number of trips per day for that with an elderly age-based. I'm not going to call it elderly, age-based unit.
Okay, thank you for clarifying my numbers. That's what happens when you get old.
Bob, I just would like to make sure I'm clear on what I'm saying here. I'd like to understand all the things I ask, but I also want to be clear that we need to understand what's our purview. We may have these concerns, me in particular, about things related to the roads and things, but if they're not within our purview, we need to know that also and stop, dragging Mr. Oliva and others, through a process like this. Let's find out what the situation is on those questions. And if we have purview, if we can, need to bring them into the consideration for safety or other reasons, fine. But if they're not, like if my concern about having to spend money to go east isn't within the process here, then let's just state it, be clear about it and move on.
Okay. Tim?
Babe, I'm in.
I don't disagree with what Hal said, but I certainly do think it's in our purview. There is a situation certainly on going east where you cannot have two cars pass each other.
Correct. As the road is now.
Yeah. So to me, that's just wrong, and it's something that we have to look at. I can remember, a very similar situation back of, a number of years where there was people that wanted to do something on a class 5 road that simply two cars can't pass. And because of that, it didn't get approved. And, I'd like to see this approved. I'm not against it, but I am concerned about the safety of the road.
And if that's part of what gives us the purview, Tim, then we discuss it. But I just want to make sure we're clear on what we can and can't push on, I guess, is to be explicit.
Yeah, and if I could put a little context onto that, Hal, my guidance to you would be that either in these discussions, you would need to find that there is a close enough nexus that the improvement of the road to the east is directly tied to this application, or it would be outside of your purview. Either you're in a situation where you're talking about this is something that we might require of an applicant because of a direct impact of their proposal, or this is not something that has that direct nexus and is proportional to the impact that the applicant is putting onto the system. And therefore we need to talk about it separately in our standard CIP, infrastructure planning processes. That whether or not that improvement is directly related may vary according to which of you have what opinions as you think through this. By all means, continue to talk through them as a board. But I would say if you don't come to the collective conclusion that yes, the improvement of that road is proportional to what additional stress this project is adding to it, then it would be something separate. And I would also say, because you asked whether this would lead to potential future pressure to improve that road, and I would say that is outside of your purview, that you can't consider whether or not these residents would ever in the future vote to have their road paved. Either there's a direct nexus and it's proportional to the impact that this application is putting on the system, or it's not. Although we would be happy to follow up with Walter and or the highway department if there's, details related to what that process looks like that you'd like to see laid out. You also raised the issue of the guest suite and whether people would be able to extend their stay, etc. That unit is something that Mr. Oliva and I have already discussed a little bit. I think that I might appreciate, I'm assuming that the condo documents are going to be submitted for legal review once we have them. And that's something where I would appreciate some feedback from town's legal counsel as to whether that unit creates a problem for the age restriction and how it has, what that relationship looks like, because these units are required by the zoning ordinance to be age restricted. And just looking at definitions, I'm having a hard time interpreting that as anything other than a dwelling unit that would therefore need to be age restricted. If it's considered an accessory use, I would have a hard time seeing that as anything other than an accessory dwelling unit, which would not be permitted on a multi-unit housing development like this. To your other point about whether a walkout basement could be used as an apartment, etc. Again, we both have a limit on the number of bedrooms that can be included in these units per zoning, and an accessory dwelling unit would not be permitted. So not only would that be something that we would expect to see in the condo documents, but separate from those condo documents, we would also have zoning enforcement that we could take action if a resident were to try and convert a space for an accessory dwelling unit in the future. The town would be able to enforce on that as well.
So I'm just going to say that it doesn't take any conversion to make a 14 by 22 foot room a bedroom. That'd be a pretty nice bedroom, but I'm just, the paperwork, it's all in the paperwork, how the paperwork reads.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Go ahead,
bring
Linda.
up a related matter relative to the community room / extra.
Sure, go ahead.
That is a standalone structure with a residential unit in it. And under our zoning, there is a restriction for only one principal residential structure per lot, except for elderly housing, which does allow for duplexes. So my understanding is that single detached residential unit would not be allowed unless there was a variance to allow it.
Again, Mr. Chairman, we'll look into it some more. I mean, it was brought up, from abutters at the last meeting, and talking with the property owner, looked at that a way to also help show that the intent there is not to overcrowd and make sure that this is age restricted. That was that we've investigated looking at that. If the zoning purely indicates that that's not allowable, then that structure is just going to be a community building.
Okay.
Bob, may I comment?
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
Just with a added thought to what Tim and Hal are bringing up regarding the concern for the road, I think it might be useful. I agree with a number of the points that were made. It's both narrow and it's sufficiently maintained to drive on, but not much beyond that. And it is a one-lane situation in a number of instances there. I don't know how it works out through the year, mud season or otherwise. But what I think might be useful here is to know in some fashion what kind of traffic is using it. I know it's partly a shortcut for a few people dodging over from Main Street there over to what is it 107?
Yep.
Keep mixing these up, but and then maybe even continuing on into Canterbury as it runs on west. So anyway, it would be, I think, useful to have a idea of how much use overall it's getting, just in terms of number, because number of vehicles, because that would tell us something. We have a fair idea, I think, of just taking the traffic count indications. I think it was 3.7 for elderly. If that's accurate, in any case, that's let's just call it 80 vehicles a day, moving one way or the other. Some of them, as I think Tim expressed, certainly going to make a choice to go the shorter route. Now, some people may say, they'd rather be on the paved surface, and that'll tend to make that decision go one way or the other. But regardless, it's going to add a potential of 80 vehicles going one way or the other. So it'd be nice to know what the current number is in some ballpark. I mean, I doubt there's any kind of hard number on that, but we had a little better perspective that might give a better sense of how this should be thought out.
Okay.
That's my
As I won't say a frequent user, but probably once every 2 weeks, I have yet to meet somebody coming the opposite direction, but that's fine. I will.
It may have light use now, but clearly it's going to have additional use.
Definitely. I will also ask, there's a highway advisory meeting coming up the next week. I'll ask them for thoughts on if we have any historical data on traffic counts for that.
Don't we have one of those things that you can put across the road and, like the big cities, Bob, that we can count cars?
I believe in prior conversations on another topic, the traffic speed zone radar gun that the police have will also do traffic counts. So it might be such a thing that we park that there for a period of time, but let's find out first if there's any historical data.
SRPC has those, and I believe the normal approach is you request that we set a supplemental count.
Okay. One thing I would appreciated with the change in plans was moving, what's now called the Community Common Space Visitor Unit from a duplex that was fairly close to the existing abutting house further away. We're now looking at least 100 feet between the edge of that and the back of the abutting house. I would suggest in potential, or as we get closer to a final plan or something to that effect, consider adding some screening.
Yep. Yeah, we were planning on having some screening between that side, along the roadway and that property line.
Yeah. Okay. I realize that's further down, but sometimes it's easier to get plans in process than addressing them afterward. Okay. Other questions, comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
yes.
I did want to redirect the board to the one decision point that I think Mr. Oliva and I were both hoping that we would get to tonight. And that was, as I noted in my email forwarding the revised plan set, and as Mr. Oliva alluded to, with this revision, I realized that he and I had a bit of a disconnect in terms of how we were looking at this site. where I was basing my comments on the assumption that the semicircular drive with 2 entrances to the street was a driveway. And in his revision, he was, leaving it in the same place, paved, etc., under the assumption that it was a private road and therefore didn't need to meet setbacks. I brought this to TRC as well. We were meeting to discuss other cases, and Mr. Oliva asked that I bring it up to the group. I think generally there was not opposition from other departments of treating this as a private road. I think that, based on that feedback, I'm a little bit more comfortable with interpreting it as a private road and not a driveway. My position would be that if we were to treat it as a road and not a driveway, it would need to be a road in all respects. So we would need to double check the standards to make sure it meets road standards for construction, as well as the other thing that comes immediately to mind for elderly housing. The residential density calculation also excludes area that needs to be eliminated for roads. And I don't believe Mr. Oliva accounted for the road area in the calculation that he provided. So if it's a road in one respect, I would say it needs to be a road in all respects, and we need to make sure that that calculation still checks out. So I would still leave it to you to make the formal determination as to whether it is road or driveway and therefore needs to meet setbacks or does not need to meet setbacks. But yeah, I think that I'm becoming more comfortable with the idea of it being a road.
Okay. Mr. Crowder?
Yeah, question related to that then, Bob. Would calling it a road then enable others that have the same concern about having a dirt driveway just claim it's a private road and therefore, be able to pave where we really don't want a structure? You understand what I'm saying? We see a lot of cases where, and I'm thinking, well, in particular down off of 202, where there was some concerns about somebody coming so close to the property line, and we said, well, it's an unpaved driveway. If those folks, for example, claimed it was a private road instead, does they get relief also?
Well, I think, go ahead.
I think to a certain extent, you might be setting a little bit of precedent for the, hey, we have the ability to decide whether this is a road or not. But the flip side to that is the planning board would need to make that determination on the basis of the information in front of it. In this case, you have 21 units and residential commons that are branching off of this access way. I think that comes considerably closer to passing the straight face test for this being a private road than somebody building their own personal private road into their property. I think that the board would have, I think the board would have the ability, somebody could certainly make that argument. The board would have the ability to reject that argument if you didn't find it convincing.
Yeah, and I think when we look at that situation there, that driveway, that follows the definition in your ordinance of a driveway of servicing one dwelling unit, which indicates that if it needs to be paved, it has to meet setbacks. I think if we look at this area where this is really a site plan review and not, it's a subdivision because of dwelling units, but it's not a subdivision because of lots. We're not creating a right-of-way. We're creating an internal site plan access. So I think it's a little bit different than James, what you mentioned about the density, where the ordinance considers roads and utility right-of-ways need to be deducted. We're not necessarily creating a we're not creating a right-of-way. We're just creating a paved section in the on the site as part of the site plan portion of the development. So I think it's a little bit cumbersome just based on the way the ordinance is written with respect to structure and pavement. Again, we wouldn't be having this discussion if we kept that area gravel. But I think we all think that with this development, it doesn't make sense to have that kind of situation where that roadway in that section would make sense to stay gravel. It's better to be paved and as part of that access into the project.
Question as far as and I might be able to answer it myself. Well, yeah, I think I answered it myself. Never mind.
I have an opinion.
Go ahead, Tim.
A road is a road is a road, and that is a road.
Very good.
Is that a paraphrase of a rose is a rose is a rose?
Take it any way you want. That's a road.
Okay. Along those lines, I think because as I see this, it serves a driveway is typically, let's say, serves the number of thumbs on both hands as far as dwelling units goes. You know, typically 2, maybe more, you could argue, but certainly no more than the fingers on one hand. In this case, not only are there multiple entrances onto a public road, but there are also a lot more dwelling units served than what could be considered a driveway. So I think James said it was past the sniff test for the board, that I certainly see this as a road. And where I was struggling with for a little bit with community space and Linda's point, and keeping in mind that it's still in flux as far as, you know, whether it's allowed or not based on zoning and ZBA and variances, and you got to get all that other fun stuff that's still to be worked out. What I was wondering was if the interior connecting vehicular passageways, let's call it that way, to use some strained language, would cause problems or enhance the idea of the community space, in that if it was the driveway went to the interior vehicular passageway, 50 feet away, or whether it's something that could be construed to enter onto Old Canterbury Road. But I'll leave that to the developers to work out.
Okay.
Hal, go ahead.
Jeff, if you, Mr. Olivo, if you would just put your drawing back up again. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Where is the issue with the access, whatever you want to call it?
Sure. Did I lose everybody? Can you hear me?
Nope, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I lost Hal for a second. So the issue is here is that by the ordinance is that it has to meet setback with the elderly design. It increases the setbacks in the zone from 20 feet to 50 feet. So, and then the idea is that the ordinance indicates that the paved area is a structure, therefore it needs to meet setback. So We can redesign this road so it meets the 20-foot side setback coming in across the property and into that side. But meeting the 50-foot setback is difficult because this line here is that 50-foot extension off of the property line. So that is the difficult part on that side.
Okay.
Does that clear that up for you, Hal?
Oh, you're still muted.
Yes, I appreciate you explaining that. I couldn't quite grasp.
Yeah. So if we had a 20-foot, if the base zone was 20 feet, in which we can make all that roadway designed to meet 20 feet, a 20-foot setback, no problem. It's getting to that 50-foot and having that come through and be realistic. We looked about, okay, does it make sense to move that towards the middle? Well, no, not really, because it's not really serving emergency vehicles better or flow through the property. Again, if we do relocate this and keep it gravel, then it's not really a discussion here. It just seemed like the best for the project was to pursue this as a paved access for the site plan.
Okay, I understand now. And, you know, I guess I go back to some of the other things I said earlier. You know, we try to make sure that when we grant higher density and therefore more favorable terms and stuff, we give the town a little bit more protection. So I can understand why, you know, they're saying, well, if we're going to let them put more density in, we want a bigger setback here. So we'll have to weigh, you know, how that plays out there. But yeah, what you're saying is you could leave it gravel and you'd be okay. But that might be just as intrusive.
Again, Hal, it really comes down to what you define that access way. The ordinance is clear under the definition of structure and the definition of driveway that paved driveways are considered structures, and it ties it directly to driveway. So I would not interpret that to apply to something that was truly deemed to be a road.
Yeah, you have until you said you would not apply that to being a road. So as it is now, is it considered a road?
That's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
That's what I would like for you to decide.
That's what the board is to decide. Is that a road or is it a driveway?
Mr. Oliva has submitted a memo outlining his rationale for why it should be considered a road. I think my initial staff report, those comments were all based on my assumption that that was interpreted as a driveway. And that, that was my initial interpretation. It didn't even cross my mind until I saw this iteration of the plan where that was still in the setback, that Mr. Oliva was seeing it differently. Okay. As I said, we asked at ERC as to whether people had strong feelings one way or the other as to whether this was a driveway or a road. It seemed like other town departments thought that this could certainly function as a private roadway. Again, my point would come back to if it's going to be a road for the purpose of one definition, it should be a road for the purpose of all definitions.
Okay, and
it can't be a road in one sense and a driveway in another.
That's why you brought up the road being included in the calculation for the density.
Correct. So that would be my opinion, that if this is interpreted to be a private road, that the area that's covered by road pavement should be removed from that calculation. I believe Mr. Oliva said that currently the calculation gives them up to 24 units. So I'm not sure that it would necessarily impact the proposal in terms of how many units they have. We would need to see the calculation. But that would be my suggestion, would be that if the board interprets it as a road, that the calculation should be revised to reflect that. I think in terms of how to actually go about deciding this, we would like a consensus from the board tonight so that Mr. Oliva knows whether he either needs to redesign the plans again or whether they would need zoning relief. But I think I would suggest more of like a roll call generating consensus than a formal motion and vote. And my rationale for that would be that even though you are discussing and deciding an issue, just in case that issue is something that that the applicant or somebody else determined that they needed to appeal, I would want it to be absolutely clear, what the date on that decision and where the appeal period would stem from. And in my opinion, that's when you render a decision on the application, not from tonight when you're discussing whether this is a road or not. Hal?
Yes. Let me just ask if I understand this correctly. If, and Jeff, this includes you, so if we say it's a road, and if we say, as Tim said, a road's a road, therefore you have to include it in your calculation, and if, which I don't know, your calculation still shows you're okay with the same number even when you include that area, is everybody happy, or do we still have issues?
Well, what I was going to wonder, relatedly, is what if we lean, and I'll speak for myself, I'm leaning toward a road, what other impacts that has on the plan as far as what other triggers are there for either calculations or layout or site plan.
So what's that? I'm sorry.
Tim, what did you
The
have?
only other issue is setbacks that I could see.
Yeah, that's all I'm aware of, but I want to double check.
And to clarify, I wouldn't consider there to be setbacks from that road because that road is contained in the parcel and setbacks are from the property boundary.
Right.
I think from an ownership standpoint, there is absolutely no difference between a private road that is part of the property in this case and a private road that is technically removed from the parcel, because both are going to be owned, maintained, and operated by a condominium association. In terms of how that relationship would exist to that road, it doesn't matter whether the road is its own road parcel or is part of the parcel proper. So I have no concerns on that regard.
Okay. One of the things that I want to look at the calculations, because the way I've interpreted our density is based on the open space provisions, and the ordinance indicates the deduction of road and utility rights of way, where a conventional subdivision, yes, you would have a right of way for that roadway that comes in a lot, and those lots have frontage on that roadway right away. Whereas this is a project that does not have frontage on a right of way other than Canterbury Street. So I don't know if that deduction per the ordinance is applicable.
Okay.
I'll run the numbers either way, but I don't know if it's applicable because of the way it's written in the ordinance.
I think what I'd like to do, because we have a good many other cases tonight, is take a sense of the board on whether the interior vehicular passageways are, each board member is leaning toward, is it a road or is it a driveway?
Thank you.
That'll give Mr. Oliva a chance to rerun the calculations without the board committing to a decision tonight on whether it is or not. And we can then see when we bring this up the next time. Is there anything else you need decided tonight?
No, sir.
Okay. Susan, you want to do a roll call? Sense of each board member? We haven't done this before on Zoom.
Okay.
Well, I'm with Tim. I think a road's a road's a road.
Okay, so Joe,
I see it as a road, 70%. So there I am.
okay. Hal,
I already spoke. So whoever I spoke for, I'm sorry.
It's a road. Al
Zero.
spoke as a road. I will speak as a road.
Betty,
Probably a road.
Tim,
A road is a road is a road.
Lee,
Yeah, it's a road.
Okay,
and that's everybody. Yeah,
that is everybody here. Okay,
we only got one percentage, 70% for Joe.
that's good. I'll have to clarify next time that it's a binary decision. Okay, thank you, Joe, for pointing that out. Okay, we are on the calendar next time for May 27th.
Bob,
Yes.
I know there's quite a bit of public here for this.
There are? Okay, that's,
Yeah.
I wanted to double check.
Okay.
That's where I was going to go next.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you.
Yep. Nope. That's why I wanted to at least get a sense of the board and whether there was a decision to be made or whether it was just a sense of the board. It is just a sense of the board. Okay. What I will do at this point for this case 21-4, both the site plan and subdivision, is to open public comment. There are now 46 participants who are here participating. If you would like to speak, you need to get my attention somehow, which will be preferably visual. So wave your hand. You need to turn on your video camera, and I will start calling names. Okay. What
How
I
do you
would
turn
like,
it on?
hang on one second. Let me finish how I want to do this. What I'd like to do is give you one chance to speak so I can get everybody through. If you have comments, we'll welcome that, but we're going to go through everybody who first time. And what I'd like you to do as well is turn on your camera, wave your hand so I know you want to speak. When you are done speaking, please turn off your camera, just so that I have less that I need to go through. I saw Ms. Hazeltine. So why don't we start with her?
Yes, thank you. I just had, while we're in the conversation about the road, I have a question about my property goes the extent of the western end of that road, which is the paved portion of that road. My question is it in the conversation that road would be widened at all? And if so, how would it be widened?
I believe that it has been in part of the conversation, but I can't answer how that would be improved. I believe that is being discussed with the town road agent. But I'll let Mr. Oliva speak to that.
Correct. We're in the preliminary review of that. We do know that we want to improve the road and the dirt section between our access points, and realizing that it's probably going to continue down also to the west as well. But we're in that initial review of that.
When would that information become available?
I think as we come through the next, hopefully by the next meeting, we'll have a lot more of that detail in place to be able to go through that and present that to the board and the public.
Okay, thank you.
And what will happen as far as the documents go, Ms. Hazeltine, and for everyone else, at least 10 days before the next hearing or the next meeting is when the applicant submits documents to the town. And they would be available at town hall or online, however Susan posts them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Who else do we have who would like to speak on this? Mr. Black, is it Blackie or Blackley?
It's Blackie.
Blackie, thank you. I'll make
Yes.
sure. I've seen it both. I want to get it right.
Yeah, my question is, with this elderly housing, when, you know, in 20 years or when they pass away, do they will this property to their children, or do they sell it? Can they sell it? Because if that's the case in 20 years, and they leave it to their children or their grandchildren, it's no longer elderly housing. It's going to be basically a community of, you know, middle-aged people now. That's my question. If they will it or to somebody, or
Can they sell it?
can they sell it to and continue to be a elderly 62 and above housing?
I can address that. So in the condo documents that will be on file, not only at the town, but they'll also be recorded with the Registry of Deeds. And those go along with all of the sales of the property that trigger the indication that they have to be 62 and over to be able to reside there. You have to have that age restriction and proof that you are there. So say my parents, my mom buys it, she passes away, I can't go live in there until I'm 62. I have to I could rent it to somebody, but I got to prove that they are 62, or I need to sell it, and then it has to go to somebody that's the age restriction.
Okay.
So it's not just the condo board that has the provisions for the age restriction. A lender. So if I'm going to go and get a mortgage on the property, there is also stuff that comes through with the title search that indicates that that's an age restricted property as well.
Okay. Thank you.
That stays with the development in perpetuity.
Okay, and they can't change that.
Board members.
No. Selectmen, nobody can change that.
Nope, and it's right in. I sent. We just received a section of the age restriction stuff from the attorney. I sent it to town staff. They haven't had a chance to look at it, but there's a pure section right in there that says the board shall not authorize the waiver of any elderly housing covenants. So no, the board can't do anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
And as well, I think you would change you would fall out of the density requirements for elderly
That's
housing
correct.
as well. So
Yeah,
then
it'd be
you'd
a
be in
non-conform-
violation of site plan.
Yeah, it'd be a non-conforming situation.
Exactly. Right. Okay. I'm looking for either a wave of hands or an on camera or somebody who would like to speak on this. Anyone else who would like to speak on case 21-4, member of the public?
Mr. Chairman, I had a question. Mike Magoon.
Yes, go ahead.
One question we talked about last meeting was about the lighting, and we didn't have any follow-up this session. I don't know if we're going to have follow-up in a future session. That was discussed, and
yes,
I didn't feel like that discussion was complete about what the lighting would be, time of lighting, all the discussion around lighting. So if that could be noted that we do talk about that at some point, that'd be great.
Yep. I believe that's that is one thing that we do take into consideration for a site plan to meet the regulations. But I think at this point, we're looking at more of the general layout as to where dwelling units are going to be before we deal with the details like lighting. But Mr. Oliva might be able to speak on the lighting if he has it.
Yep. So what we're planning on is really no pole mounted lights. We have structures that are close together here, and they would be building mounted lights that would meet the requirements of the ordinance. We're not working with the developer here, not looking to create any kind of situation where there's lights on all night. Just trying to allow this development to settle in and be part of the neighborhood. So we're not looking at street lights. We're not looking at items like that.
Okay. Anyone else who would like to speak on this?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Going once.
Mr. Chair, can I add something? This is Ralph Black.
Yes, go ahead.
About the traffic, I was just looking at my cameras for the last 2 weeks, and we counted upward 20 cars in the last 2 weeks. So that's roughly what, 6 cars a day going up and down this road that don't live on this road.
Okay. So with a week being business week or week being 5 days, or is that something you would be willing to share with, I don't know, how can we do, how, James?
Mr. Chair, if you want, Mr. Black, he can submit whatever he would like as his own testimony, but if you want something
Then if
that
we want traffic
you
counts.
solely rely on as a traffic count, I would recommend that it be
Yeah,
a town-sponsored
SRPC.
one for the purpose of annual average daily traffic, et cetera.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
I'll do it all summer.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. I don't think we're there yet for the need for it. I think that can, let's see if we can come to some more work on that. James, how long does it take to get a traffic count set up?
The biggest issue would be scheduling.
Right.
I don't know how far in advance they need to schedule those,
Okay.
or if they would need to batch them when they're setting for Northwood otherwise.
Yep.
But if that's something that we would only do it, I think if the town asked us to.
Right.
So if that's something that you want to ask about.
Would anybody
I
of
can
the board
figure it out.
disagree if we inquire of SRPC as to, getting an unmanned traffic count strip on Cemetery Road, just to see what, what's involved, the lead time and how long it takes and how much it would cost and all that other fun stuff?
We did it before in another project, Bob, so.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so why not?
Okay.
It does seem to be a matter of concern, so.
Yeah. And we don't have a good, to my knowledge, we don't have a good assessment of existing traffic aside from it's extremely low currently.
Put one at each end.
What is that?
Well,
I wondered if you would put a traffic count, some kind of a traffic count at each end. So one at School Street and one at Main Street.
let's find out what's involved first. And we can talk about that next time because the applicant's going to pay for it. So most likely. We can argue that later as far as the town improvement goes, but let's find out about the process first. Okay, at this point, anyone else who would like to speak on this application?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms.
Hi,
Canfield.
so
go ahead.
this is Martine. In terms of the deed and age restriction, can it also be put in the deed that no more than 2 people can live in a unit?
Yeah, I believe that that does indicate what's in there. I have not read through all the pages of the age restrictions in there in the documents, but that will be provided to the town for review for sure.
All right, and again, I think I'm like Tim. I just want to make sure that the bonus room and the basement can't be turned into a bedroom. But they already have 2 bedrooms, so they shouldn't
Yep.
need, more. And is a community center really necessary to the senior center? I mean, it'd be fine if you just didn't have it at all, because every unit is large enough to have guests in their bonus room for a couple days.
We can look into it, but consensus is that there is a need for a gathering space for the residents there.
Because we have the community center in Northwood up the street on
Mhm.
Main Street.
Which
So
is
they can
very
gather
busy.
there. So anyway, it'd be nice to see at least one less building on the plans. It's just a lot of clutter on the field. So anyway, that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Oh, actually, one other thing is there any,
Go
if
ahead.
the road were to be widened, are they looking at taking land from my field?
No, we would not be able to go onto private property.
To widen the road? Okay.
No.
And I believe there's Mr. Leva is already looking into the town-owned right-of-way aspects.
Oh, in terms
Yeah.
of the 40 foot wide?
Well, there's the 40-foot wide, and I think he's looking into exactly how that would work, but they need to determine whether they're gonna do and what they're gonna do first. So that'll be all reflected on an updated plan.
All right, because I'm not keen of giving up any land.
No.
All right.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I had one more question. I want to give others a chance. I know there's quite a few people on here. This is
Yep.
Mike McLean.
Sure.
I had a question. It's more
Go
of
ahead.
an order question. What's the anticipated timeline for the board to decide on this? Is this more monthly meetings until it comes to a vote, or is there any timeline associated with the entire process? I just think there are some residents that want to be included in future meetings, and so I want them to be able to know when future meetings would be discussed.
Well, in general, and James, I know the exception. In general, the clock starts at 65 days after the application is accepted as complete. Currently under COVID-19 executive orders, that has been lifted for mentions of approval and things to that effect. Typically, a subdivision of this size and complexity is, I'd say, in my experience, it's been anywhere from like 3 to 9 meetings, depending, on a whole lot of things. I can't say for sure. We are on, I believe this is our 3rd meeting. So I would suspect that depending if I had to forecast it, and I have no idea, I'd say we're at least 2 or 3 more meetings out, possibly more. I don't know.
Thank you. That definitely clarifies it. Thank you
Okay.
for that
Yep.
information. Appreciate it.
And that's something you can, Susan can always post it on the town website as far as the case numbers that go for the agenda for planning board meetings.
Super. Thank you.
So if you look at, if you go to the department or the board's planning board agenda and minutes, when the meeting is called, the case numbers are at the very top.
Perfect.
Okay.
I also post on Facebook. So
Yes.
a lot of
Okay,
people see it.
last chance for this case, for anyone who would like to speak. Okay, Mr. Leva, I think you got a decision or a leaning of the board toward a road. You stated you have nothing else. I would like to move on tonight. Okay, we need to continue to, I believe, so I would entertain a motion to continue 21-4 to May 27th. Does somebody have any problem with that? Susan, do we have issues with May 27th?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Just want to double check. Okay, we had a motion by, I believe, Ms. Betty Smith. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Jandeber. Discussion? Hearing none. Susan, can do a roll call vote, please.
Joe,
Yes.
Al,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
Bob.
Yes. Okay. We'll see you on the 27th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Next up, we get into new cases, and I will restate this in formally tonight in more detail now before we get into new cases. I will restate it before each case in less detail. For new applications during COVID emergencies, which is currently the case, we are moving to a minimum of a 2-meeting format. The case will be opened. We'll decide whether it's complete or not. The applicant will be given a chance to speak, to give us an overview. We'll read the abutters lists. We'll take some initial comments, and then we will continue the case typically for a second meeting, which is in the first meeting of the month. That gives members of the public, abutters, chance to comment, preferably by email or writing, to town hall or town land use staff. Gives a chance for the board to review the comments, and then we can consider taking action at the second hearing for this case. So first up, and how this, I believe this will be fairly quick, because I know what you want, is 21-07, Christopher Meyer for Cerebral Developments.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I take this one?
No, not at all. Go right ahead.
Mr. Meyer is not attending tonight. You all received a copy of my staff report indicating that I do not feel that the materials currently provided are sufficient to find the application complete. Mr. Meyer emailed us independently of that staff report today, saying that he had also changed some of the plan designs, and that the focus of the plan was shifting. So with that, I have not yet seen Mr. Meyer's revised plans, but since he has already prepared something different from what we had teed up tonight, what I would suggest and what I asked him to do is to continue the matter of completeness to a date and time certain. So where we normally have that 30-day clock to find an application complete or rejected as incomplete, in this case, we have Mr. Meyer's permission to extend that timeline, and I would suggest that we do so. I have the email from him that I could read into the record if you think it's necessary, but otherwise I think we could go straight into a motion unless there are any questions.
When, James?
Go ahead, James. Tim.
To when? To when? You said 30 days.
I would suggest the end of May meeting. And my reason for that is I feel that not only do we need some clarity on the plan, but I also feel that we need a completed checklist. The application checklist that we were given only addressed 5 or 6 items. So not having seen what Chris provided, if there is anything else I need to ask him for, if we put him on the 13th, he has to have it to us Monday. So I'd rather have that week or two to see what he's given us and check in with him if need be.
Motion to extend case 21-7 to May 27th, 2021.
Second.
So motion by Mr. Jandeberg, second by Ms. Betty Smith to continue the discussion of completeness for 21-7 to May 27th. Discussion? Hearing none, Susan could do a roll call vote, please.
Al,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Lee? Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes. Okay. What I'd like to do now is take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 8:30. Just because we've been sitting for 2 hours.
We're on a 5-minute break.
Glad you're not here. I give you a piece of my daughter's wonderful cake.
You're going to eat it in front of all of us. Gee, and it'll look good.
It's good.
Okay. Do we have everybody on the board back? I believe so. Joe is still muted, but that's okay. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. We got at least 4 at least. So that's a quorum. So 5. Okay. Next case up is 21-8. Paula Photo, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. And
Yep, sorry.
is that correct pronunciation of your name?
Best you're gonna get.
Okay, thank you.
It's my husband's last name, so I hardly can pronounce it correctly.
Okay. Welcome. First up is completeness, and I would entertain a motion from the board to find 21-8 complete.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Betty Smith, second by Mr. Kreider. Hal, you can give me a hint. or anybody on the board, if you wanted to, if you're muted, you can do that too. I can see that. Discussion on completeness. Hearing none. Susan, can do a roll call vote, please.
Wait. So
Oh, sure, go ahead. What's up, Tim?
I read James's issues on the thing.
Yep.
And it seems like there's a number of things that indicate that it's not complete. I don't know. So, for instance, plan layout. It focuses on an overall layout, but the letter signed by the property owners in support of this application identify this as Suite 5, but no floor plan of the building.
You have one.
Yeah, I sent in a floor plan of the building.
The photocopied site plan does not include a title block with all the information required of a minimal impact application. There's issues, on parking. Board may approve suitable parking at its discretion. The applicant has marked 12 of the 48 existing parking spaces with NG indicating they will be set aside for natural glows. Use the application should confirm that designation of these parking spaces will not adversely impact required parking. Septic, there's issues, driveway. So there's a number of issues that the planner has indicated in his review.
Mr. Chair, can I speak to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
So I think that I would venture to guess that the vast majority of applications that this board receives, if your completeness review was, is this application 100.0% complete with every last material that we need to consider provided? I think we would find the vast majority of them incomplete. I think this is an example of an application that, in my opinion, is sufficiently complete for the board to begin its jurisdiction and to discuss the items that I've identified on the record as part of the public hearing for the purpose of getting that additional information into the record. I think for a minimal impact application, something like the title block is something that is typically done as a required condition of approval to say you have one round of edits to the plan before Bob signs it, and we need to see these edits. So I think the vast majority of the details are something that can either be clarified on the record through discussion, or that can be satisfied through conditions precedent of approval before Bob signs the plans. So I would recommend finding it complete, beginning the public hearing, and exercising your jurisdiction.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Tim?
Oh, not at all.
No, not at all. Okay.
The floor plan, I believe I saw it. I guess it's not in the information that was sent to James, but.
I didn't receive a floor plan with mine, but if you've received one, you have information that I don't.
Well, I think it's in the file. Susan can.
It might be in the file. It's not in the packet.
I do recall seeing it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Everybody should have, well, apparently except for James. I'm sorry. I think I made copies of it.
No, it's not in anybody's packets.
It's not in
but I think
anybody's-
part
it's
of
not in
the
my
reason
packet.
for that is typically the inside floor plan is not generally something that in a pre-existing rental commercial location, something that the board looks at or asks for, but we can provide that.
Right. What I just thinking of this. Well, James has stated he feels we have enough information to go on, and there is a motion on the floor. So why don't we go on the motion, or vote on the motion, find it complete.
I'd like to say one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
I wish
still in
that
discussion.
if that's, when I read the review comments of the town planner,
Mhm.
I saw many issues that he seemed to have. If in fact he felt that they weren't important, then I think that he should have said that despite these, I think that this should be approved as complete, so that we would understand from his standpoint where he's coming from.
Okay.
When I look, I see a number of glaring issues that show that it's not complete.
The
You know,
the way I've operated myself, not necessarily as the board, is do I have enough information to make a decision on that part of the application? And to me, a title block does not impact the content of the application. I'm not rendering the decision of whether it meets site plan or not because it doesn't have a title block. That is something that can easily be added at a later point in time. Parking, there is information that's provided. We need to decide whether it meets the regulation or not. The applicant has felt that she has provided enough information to satisfy the application. That's our decision as to whether she did or not. The fact that she did, whether we agree with it or not, is not to be determined by completeness. Is there information provided? Same with septic, and I believe there was a septic letter emailed out by Linda earlier today on this application.
well, I didn't see it. There was a septic system, but on a different application.
Okay, maybe I got the wrong one. I'd have to pull it up.
So there's parking, there's septic, and there's driveway. I mean, it's not a big deal. I just would like to be clear.
Tim, what I'm hearing is that you'd like me to be a little bit more explicit as to whether some of the things that I'm bringing up are things for you to discuss versus concerns that I have with whether the application is complete. And I'm happy to be more explicit about that in future staff reports.
I think that's exactly what I want. Yes.
I will also just tell you right now, the case that we discussed earlier tonight is the only case where I had concerns about whether or not the application was complete. I would recommend finding the rest of the applications from here on out tonight complete.
Okay. Anything else on completeness aside from a vote? Okay, Susan, could do a roll call vote, please.
Joe?
Tim or Joe?
Here I am, yes.
Joe?
Yes, yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Al?
Yes.
And Bob?
Yes. Okay. So 21-8 is open. I'll open the public hearing for it. Give me a second and I will find the abutters list. We bite my tongue, Tim. Do we have an abutters list?
You should.
I have a blank copy on my application. I thought I saw it.
Hold on.
I was pretty sure tonight, in preparation, I went through and I pulled all the abutters lists for these. I might have missed one.
Which one are you on? 21-9?
21-8.
There's a blank one on,
Yeah, there's a blank one I thought I saw in there attached separately.
21-8, the one we just did? Or you're
No.
still on it?
We're still on it.
All right. I didn't see it in the butters list. I don't have it in the butters list.
I don't either.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. That is correct. So I'm a bit irked because I went through all of them tonight and I missed that one. Pardon me?
I've scanned this, so I'm getting onto our server. Hold on.
Okay. That's important part of the application process is to make sure that there are any abutters are read so that they should have received certified mail that the application is being heard. Give me a second here. Do we have paper copy, Susan, with you or Linda? Or is that at the, no, that's at Town Hall.
There was an issue on the abutters.
There was?
Well, there was an issue only because the applicant was unable to access the ArcGIS that provides those abutters.
Okay.
Oh,
so I sent
that's right.
Susan the list of abutters.
Okay. Well, I think what I'd like to do tonight.
I can look them up. I can look up the email I sent.
I'm
Susan.
sorry. I thought I had a.
Okay. I think what I'd do, let me run it by town staff. We've accepted the application as complete. We're still within, even if the executive orders are lifted, the 65-day clock. We're still on the 2 meeting aspect of it. What I'd like to do is, why don't we just move right to continuance? Or are we at a point where we think we can recover the abutters list later tonight? Because if not, we can reschedule.
I would suggest that.
I have the map and lot numbers in front of me.
I would suggest at least an introduction from the applicant, laying out what the project is.
Yep.
That is frequently done before the abutters list is read and abutters have the chance to speak anyway.
Yep.
And that way those watching at home would at least be able to see what this application is about, and decide whether they want to speak if they are an abutter.
Okay.
Well, the abutters have been notified
They have,
clearly. And
that's the main thing I want to make sure of.
if you give me a minute or two, I can make a list up. There's only
Okay, well,
two
we
of
can get
them.
going. So, Ms. Fateau, why don't you give us an overview of what you want to do?
So all we want to do is move from one location to a mile up the road to the second. The only reason we're moving is we just need a little better ventilation. So nothing changes. We are still by appointment only. We're Natural Glow, by the way. We're still by appointment only. On our best day, we may have 8 to 10 people in there. But other than that, nothing else changes. I do know that we're now moving to a spot that does have a turning lane, that does provide more parking and even a bigger septic system than what we had previously. But other than that, nothing else changes, just the location.
Okay. And just for clarity for those of us who have not memorized address numbers on Route 4, you're moving from the Northwood Garage Complex to the, I think it's Pirate Bay Mechanical, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
As
Yep.
neighbors? Okay.
Yep. At one point, I think in the unit we were in, there were 66 employees at one point. We have 4.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I can read the butters list whenever you're ready.
Okay, go right ahead.
Parcel 230, lot 1, Jason Ricky, RICCI. Big Dog Productions LLC, 442 First New Hampshire Turnpike, which is the site itself. John Ambrose, parcel 230, lot 3, sublot 1, John Ambrose, 424.
I have it right in front of me, Linda.
23082 Northwood Mountain View Development. And now I gotta go past all those. 283.
I have it, Linda.
ahead,
David
Susan.
McDermott, 435.
Yeah, she got it.
First New Hampshire, 23083.
Susan, you have anything to add? Anyone to add?
No, she's got it all. I pulled
Okay.
it up just as she started reading it.
That's fine. It's fine. I mainly just want to make sure we're cross-checked and double-checked on that. Okay. Thank you for the overview. Ms. Fateau, is there, at this point, I will open public comment on this case. If you would like to speak on case 21-8, please turn on your camera and wave your fingers, get my attention somehow. You can call just ask if you would like to speak. Going once. Going twice. Okay. At this point, I would entertain a motion of continuance. Like I said earlier, we are on a 2-meeting format. This is the first hearing, and I would entertain a motion to continue to, let me pull up the proper date.
The 13th?
Yep, exactly. If somebody with the board wanted to make a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Betty Smith, second by Mr. Kreider to continue 21-8 to May 13th. Discussion? Hearing none. Susan, could do a roll call vote, please.
Al?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
And Joe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. For members of the public, and this will be, again, same procedure, requests for or more information supplied, requested of the applicant is due to town hall at least 10 days before the next hearing. In this case, that would be May 3rd. That information is public and available by request at town hall. Comments on each case are due the Tuesday before the meeting on Thursday by 4 p.m. So if you have an email, letter, whatever you would like to write, please get it in by the Tuesday before the meeting. Okay, we will see you on the 13th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is case 21-9, Co-Brown Northwood Academy. Mr. Leva is back with us.
Let's see. Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Okay.
So while we're here,
let's find you complete first.
Sorry about that.
Bob, which one are we doing first?
21-9, Co-Brown Northwood Academy.
I believe
Oh, you're
that's
still
us.
muted.
I believe that's Connections Peer Support Center and Co-Brown.
Well,
Yeah.
I believe the numbers were switched on the case between the agenda and the case number. Okay,
I know we got an email from Ms. Smith.
actually, you are,
referring to us as 10, yet I see it on the agenda as 9.
and
I don't know where the error was. We're patient. We're quick though. We're short.
we'll take
We're quick.
Town of Northwood will take
I'll be out of your hair in a minute.
Town of Northwood will take the blame for that one.
If Mr. Chairman, if you think that is quick, I don't have a problem swapping.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr.
We'll,
Levin.
we'll go with connections then first.
For the record, the agenda numbers are incorrect.
Okay.
That's
Just
my.
for
Greg
future
Birdwood was going to
reference.
give an overview, and I can sort of tidy up at the end.
Okay, let's first find you complete. So 21 dash, what I have is 21-10. It's posted as 21-9, Connections Peer Support Group, or Peer Support Center. And let's see, the planner has already stated his intentions to find it complete, or his recommendation is to find it complete. I would entertain a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
So a motion by Ms. Betty Smith, second by Ms. Lee Baldwin. Discussion? Hearing none. Susan, could do a roll call vote, please. And for the record, we will call this 21-10 based
Okay.
on the planning board information.
It will be straightened out at the next agenda.
That's fine.
Hal,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes. Okay. Application has been found to complete. I'll read the abutters list. If you are present in the meeting, you are welcome to speak at a later point in time. If you would like to do so, you are not required to do so. But I'll open public comment and you can, as usual, get the attention. Hannaford Brothers of Carlisle, PA, the Trust of Katerina Xanthopoulos, and care of Ververitas of Northwood. The Dunn Joint Revocable Trust, John and Maureen Dunn of Concord, Donzi Realty of Merrimack, New Hampshire, the Northwood Masonic Association of Nottingham, the Town of Northwood represented by Mr. Kreider, Radical Vegan Foods of Northwood, the Northwood Masonic Association of Nottingham, State of New Hampshire, Old Baptist Church Cemetery, Mr. Bailey, Steve Bailey of Trustee of Northwood. Okay. Okay, Mr. Levine, you want to give us an overview? Why don't you unmute yourself?
Mr.
Mr. Chairman,
Birdwood was going to give an overview.
Mr.
Hang on
Chairman,
1 second. Sorry, go ahead, Linda.
could you, if you haven't done so, would you state the voting designation?
Oh, yes. Voting designation would be all members present. Yes, no?
Did that earlier. What's the concern?
We have questions?
James, do you want me to speak or would you prefer to?
We had thought that one of the board members was possibly going to recuse themselves from this case. We just wanted to make sure that we were
On 2110?
correct in that.
I don't think it is necessary that I recuse myself from this case.
I don't think I will be out of line to say that I have a legal opinion from town
Fine, I
council.
will recuse myself then.
Okay, so voting designation is Betty Smith, Tim Jandever, Bob Strobel, Hal Kreider, Joe McCaffrey. Okay. Ms. Baldwin has recused herself for this. Okay, we read the abutters list. Voting designation has been determined, and Mr. Levin or Levine?
I'm Levine,
Levine,
but
thank you.
Greg Birdwood is the executive director of Connections Peer Support Center.
Okay.
He's going to give the overview.
Oh, thank you.
if you folks are interested in any, whether we should address parking or.
Not necessarily tonight. That's
Okay.
something that we can usually do the next time, but why don't you give us a overview of what you would like to do?
Mr. Birdwood will take care of that.
Thank you, and thanks for your time this evening. Yeah, so I'm the executive director of Connections Peer Support Center. We're a small nonprofit, and we serve 24 communities in Eastern Rockingham County, including Northwood. And as a peer support center, we provide support to individuals who have mental health issues or challenges, or have at one time or another in their lives. These are people who typically do pretty well, go about living their lives, pursuing their goals and aspirations. But sometimes things take kind of a downturn for them, take a hard left. And they might be struggling with a mental health issue or concern, anxiety, depression, what have you. And this is a new program that is going to be short-term, residential, 30 days to no more than 90 days. And its intent is to help people to head off a full-blown crisis at the pass so that they can step up from their community to an additional level of support with other peers and participate in programming, but continue to participate in their own communities with a goal of returning home. Again, which generally they will do in the short run. But it will also serve as an opportunity for people to step down if they have been in a hospital setting, and it can serve as a transition back to the community. And similarly, just very, very short term. So what's really, I think, beneficial about peer support centers in general, and I think maybe this program in particular, is it not only helps people to continue to live at their liberty in the community and avoid hospitalization, it's also a great deal for the state and for us as taxpayers because, as you know, I'm sure, a hospitalization is far more expensive than a program such as this. And so it saves a lot, particularly on Medicaid dollars. So that's the quick look, but I'm happy to elaborate on anything.
Okay, thank you. Reading through, you're looking at a 3-bedroom unit or 3-resident?
Yes, there'll never be any more than 3 guests.
Okay.
There will be an overnight awake staff person. There'll be 24 hours a day. During the day, there will often be 2 staff persons.
Okay. So typically at most then 5 residents or 5 persons on staff or on site.
Combined, yes.
Combined, yes. Assuming you're full up of residents and 2 staffers.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and the site currently accommodates 7 parking spaces. Okay. Questions from the board?
Bob?
Yes, go ahead.
I read through the information and I don't recollect, so just please bear with me. What age group are you serving?
Yeah, adults, 18 and above.
So there would be an expectation that they could have transportation of their own, therefore a car and stuff. That's why the parking space issue, Bob?
Yes. In addition to the general requirements of the number of persons on site for residents. You're really essentially operating as a, that wouldn't be a, we'd have to fit into the parking category somehow And it's, I think James commented it. Where is it?
I do suggest several things that we have in the in the site plan regulations that are similar, either residential or quasi-residential uses. I think that something like the bed and breakfast or the elderly housing requirements that are based on residents and staff are more appropriate than the multi-unit residential standards of spaces per dwelling unit. In either case, I don't have a concern about the parking that's provided. I just wanted to note we don't have a clear matching use for this.
Right. Okay. Other questions? Okay, at this time, what I'd like to do is open public comment on this case. If you would like to speak on this case, what I'd like to do is turn on your camera and wave your hand, something to that effect, if you would like to speak, preferably abutters first. And once you have done speaking, I would like you to turn off your camera so I know that you have spoken or you're not waiting to speak. Once we've gone through everyone, if you would like to speak again, do the same thing, get my attention, and we can comment at that point in time. I have him as Mark. First, you do need to unmute yourself and state your name.
Correct. Mark Farrell, 167 First New Hampshire Turnpike. You did not read me as an abutter on the list, but I am an abutter. So just want to make that on the record. We did receive notification from the town.
You did or did not?
We did.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. That's the important part.
Okay. Well, a couple of questions. Are any of these court mandated mental health placements?
No, there's no court mandated anything. This is entirely voluntary.
Okay. And you list three patients, but are there going to be any day programs?
No, the only programming that'll be in place will be for those 3 guests, and some of them will be there at the house, and then they will also have the option of participating at our programming in Portsmouth for the day.
Oh, okay. And then lastly, it's mental health, but is it drug situations as well?
No, we're really not equipped, and for that matter, we're not trained in addictions. Our focus is really on mental health. That's where our funding comes from, the Bureau of Mental Health Services. So that's really the focus.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Okay, Mr. Could you give me your last name again?
Farrell, F-A-R-R-E-L-L.
Thank you. Okay, I have Clea as next. And same kind of thing, I'll need your full name.
Yep, my full name is Hariklia Ververidis, and I am the trustee of the Irrevocable Trust for the Benefit of Katerina Xanthopoulos, 166 First New Hampshire Turnpike, former Baptist Church.
That's why I didn't recognize the name. Thank you. Now I got it.
You can call me Clea.
Yes.
That's a lot easier. I have a number of questions too. And I will put them in writing and submit them because I don't expect to get full answers right now. But my main concern is I did speak to Mr. Birdwood, and he did give me a lot of answers to my questions. I have a few concerns. One of the things he mentioned was that the purpose of this was to provide a restful place for people to recover from their mental health issues and then be streamlined back to their houses. However, the property over here I think is much better suited for commercial use versus a respite kind of place. So my concern is that it's really just getting their foot in the door with the 3 people in here, but eventually it's going to turn into a place where they are having day programs. I know that the facility in Portsmouth that they have has a lot of issues with loitering and people hanging around. So that is one of the big concerns for us. The other concern is, obviously, you know, people in Portsmouth, it's a walk-in situation, I think, a lot of times, but here in Northwood, someone's not just going to walk in to a place to stay for 30 or 90 days. So they have to be coming from somewhere. So where are they coming from? And how are they getting diverted to this program here? Again, these folks are going to be driving. It sounds like they're just going to be basically in a rooming house situation, so they can have friends visiting them. So it's more of a residential thing than it is, you know, it's more of a residence than it is a medical type of place. So there's people are going to be visiting them. Where are they going to be parking when they visit? If you're taking up 5 spaces for the staff and the people who are there, where are the people who are coming in to visit? Who's providing food? You know, they can't, is it just, how are they going to provide all this service with just the 2 staff members? The other thing is they have 24 communities that they serve, but how many locations are being served? How many locations are serving those 24 communities? Is it just Portsmouth and Northwood? And then these folks are coming here to head off a full-blown mental health crisis. Who's going to be watching them if they don't head that crisis off? How is it going to be handled? We've had at least 2 situations where someone who had mental health issues was sleeping on our handicap ramp, where we've had to call the police. So, you know, mental health crisis, and it's Pollyanna-ish to think that people who don't, you know, just have mental health crisis and they're just going to sit in the house and, you know, that there aren't going to be any other issues. I know the Brookings Institute did a report that shows that crime increases around centers like this, even though it decreases overall in the county by having them. Locally, it increases. So how is that going to be addressed? And then my final thing is are there going to be recreational areas, and where are those going to be delineated on the plan? I don't see any delineation for places where people are going to be hanging out to kind of stave off a loitering situation.
Thank you. Do you have anything else? Okay. Others who would like to speak on this application, just please get my attention somehow. Either turn on your camera, give me a high wave.
I wonder if it would be possible for me to speak to some of those.
If you'd like to, you're under no obligation to do so now, but you can do so if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, and Clea and I did speak last week, and I appreciate her taking the time tonight to express those concerns. And I'm glad to have an opportunity to be able to respond to them. First, what I want to say in terms of the scope of the program is that this is a 3-bed program. That's it, 3-person program. If it goes above 3, then you get into, you know, different kinds of licensing requirements, becomes more of a facility. This is not that. So there's no plans to do extra programming. We'll have programming there for the individuals who are the guests. They'll be able to participate either by coming to the program in Portsmouth, or they'll be able to participate in that program by video conference. We'll have that capacity. In terms of the people who we serve, these are not people who act up or act out. We have no loitering issues at all. We have a very good relationship with the community of Portsmouth. And members, they're independent, they're self-sufficient. They're here to work on just, the self-improvement so that they can continue to live their lives in the community. So, the concern about people loitering around the building, I think I can put you at ease about that. It's just not, it just, I've been here for 3 years, and that has never been my experience with the people that we work with.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on the, I'm not going to use the number, the Connections Peer Support Center? Just to avoid clarity, make sure that we're talking the same thing. Okay, at this point, I will close public comment, subject to reopening at an additional meeting or the next meeting. We've had the intro, we've read the abutters list, we've had comments from the public. At this point, as part of our 2-meeting format, this being the first one, I would entertain a motion to continue to, pull up my date here, May 13th.
Motion to continue to May 13th,
Second.
2110.
Yep, thank you. Sorry, 2110?
Well, whatever it is. What number?
2021, just wanted to double check.
2021
number.
10, right?
Oh, yes, okay. Motion to continue to, motion by Mr. Jandeber, second by Mr. Kreider to continue to case 21-9. No,
Just beginning
2110,
late.
it is 2110.
Now you got me all confused.
Yeah, well, Connections Peer Support Center to
Peer
May
support.
13th. Discussion? Hearing none. Susan can do a roll call vote, please.
Hal,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. Oops. Tim.
Yep.
And Bob.
Yes,
Sorry, I just
Okay.
redone the list.
that's okay. And just to note that public comments on this case to be read into the, or to be entered into the record are due by the Tuesday, which would be May 11th. Thank you. We'll see you on the 13th.
And if
Thanks
I
for your
could
time
just,
and attention.
if I could express my appreciation to the planning board and to Susan Austin and of course Linda Smith, who is my instructor in this stuff, and especially to both, I'll use their first names, the folks who spoke, both Clea and Mark. We like to hear from people and like to be involved. You're welcome to chat with us, call us, contact us, so that we can address anything that is of concern. Where we want to be your neighbors and be part of your community. It becomes our community. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
See you on the 13th.
Okay. So next up is Co-Brown Northwood Academy.
Can I say something real quick, Bob?
Sure, go ahead, Betty.
The spiral bound thing on the Connections Peer Support Center also has some pages on something entirely different.
Okay, I didn't notice that, but
What is it?
Gloria Jewett preliminary conceptual plan retail shop at 162 First New Hampshire Turnpike.
Perhaps I can address that. The Jewetts are the current owners of the property. They used to operate what was it? The pottery
shop.
Pottery corner. And Mr. Jewett, I believe, is here today. He may have just checked out. That was their original site plan, which okay.
Oh,
that they had put forward when they were making a pottery out of it. We also attached a earlier site plan done by the state of New Hampshire when they closed off what's now Church Street. And then we added a further engineering site plan by Altus Engineering that we contracted for later, that was submitted as an additional exhibit, both it's a very large copy as well as a digital copy. So that's the Jewett's original plan that you're looking at. They're the original owner.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not confused anymore.
Okay. If you need anything else, just let me know and I'll supply the answer. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Better to have too much information than not enough. Okay, next up is Co-Brown Northwood Academy. Now, welcome back, Mr. Oliva.
Good evening. Nice to see everybody again.
Yes.
So I guess what's the first step, Mr. Chairman? Would you like me to give a brief rundown? Or
sure, why don't you give us a brief rundown?
Sure. Okay, so where we're at is Co-Brown wanted to expand the parking lot that is to the west of Wigan Hall. A couple of years ago, we came in front of the board and we did a site plan approval for the expansion of Wigan Hall. And at that time, the intent was to leave the parking that was over there for 9 spaces. That's pretty haphazard without touching it, without making that part of the project due to budget reasons. After that project was done, they asked us to help them expand the parking lot on that side. So we came up with a design to expand the parking lot from 9 to 24 spaces. We did the site design. We submitted a New Hampshire DES shoreland application and received a permit for the work in that area. That work included stormwater design and details to meet New Hampshire DES requirements. All with the academy with the understanding that this expansion did not need a site plan approval through the planning board, that it was just through code enforcement. Code enforcement officers changed. Work started last spring on the project. And the new code enforcement officer, as I understand it, came to the site, figured out what was going on, put a stop work order on the project. And after that, it sat dormant for a while. And then the academy asked us to help assist with going through the site plan approval process. So that's where we're at now. We have presented for the first time earlier this week at the Zoning Board of Adjustment. That was because of the fact that the site design, and I can share the plan as needed to, that site design, I think I'll pull that up right now so everybody can kind of see that part. I guess what I'm going to, before I go to there, I'm going to share the existing conditions plan, just so everyone kind of sees what it is. This is our existing conditions plan. We have Wigan Hall, and then there was this gravel parking area over here to the west that was not really laid out with very well. It's mostly staff parking that parks over here. And then in the afternoon, there are some parents that park over on this side, but it's mostly staff. They park over here. They block the access road that goes down behind the buildings that's used for deliveries. And I think the academy said, okay, enough's enough. Let's get this designed and to handle more of the staff in there. So what we did is we came up with a design here that has one-way parking in and out through this area that accommodates 24 spaces. This black rectangle you see here is underground stormwater storage. We have a retaining wall due to the slope here to support everything. And as a result of where we're at here and why we're going to the zoning board is that we have parking within in a section of the setbacks. So we're over there seeking relief from that that portion to be able to be allowed to have parking in the setback. And now we're starting the process of the site plan review.
Okay.
And just before I turn it back over to you, so the work was pretty far along. The excavation was down, the retaining wall was started, the stormwater, underground stormwater chambers were underway before the stop work order was issued. The town allowed them to continue to just finish and bring it up to a gravel system so that it was a safe condition, and that's where the property stands now.
Okay, thank you. We sort of already started, but let's do completeness first. And I would entertain a motion to find this application complete.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Betty Smith, second by Mr. Kreider. Discussion? Hearing none. Susan, could do a roll call vote, please, and note that for voting designation, that all members present.
Joe?
Yes.
Okay, Joe?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Lee?
Yep.
Tim?
Yes.
And Bob?
Yes. Okay. I'll read the abutters list. George Francis Lucy of Arlington, Mass. Ginger McHugh of Northwood. Richard J. Owen Megan E. Incense of Northwood. Town of Northwood. The Congregational Church of Northwood. My apologies if I botched your name. Okay, we are on the clock. Like I said, we're on a 2-meeting format. This is the first hearing. We'll hear you again sometime in May. Questions from the board?
Well, Bob,
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Just so I can follow the documents here, and Mr. Oliva's referencing to the fact that they understood they had I don't know how to put it, an approval of what they had originally conceived for this parking. And maybe I'm kind of stating that a little different than what he was saying before, but the point that I understand is that there was some kind of an understanding that they could go ahead, and that's why they did with this enlarged parking lot. I'm just as I was looking at the plans, and I'm not sure in terms of chronology. I'm just hunting down something here. I guess I see the earlier limited parking area that was inadequate, and the intention apparently was to enlarge it. Or was that discovered that it was inadequate, and then the plans to enlarge it? In other words, what I'm saying there is, I'm wondering, was it in the very beginning an intention to have roughly the size they do now? So that's one part of the question. But I'm looking at the plan dates, and just on the earlier, smaller kind of, what could we call it? This kind of ovoid shaped parking area. It was dated the end of April 2020. And then it's only 2.5 months later where there's this new concept that they would like to go ahead with. So why are those two so close? And why was the original one represented, the inadequate parking lot, let's call it, the one in April, or at least has the April dating on it? They seem awfully close together, and I'm just trying to get a clearer image of how this misconception occurred. I don't have any overall problem with enlarging the parking lot or making it a more useful shaping. I can see the original shape is kind of bizarre, not very functional with the way it's shaped out, but still, I'd just like to hear a little more description of the scenario.
Okay. Go ahead.
So what we do, if you look at the dates on that plan, is that we started, and it's really plan note number 1. And the reason it's dated the April 17th, 2020 for the last bit of information on the plan is that as we went out there, we picked up a couple more shots. We got a little bit more information that we needed around the site. So the surveyor updated the drawing plan in there. But this kind of bulb parking lot has really been out in that area since they built the science building. And there's always been this gravel area out on that side for parking for Wigan Hall. It was constructed a long time ago. It had been kind of added onto over the years to the condition that you see it here on that existing conditions plan. I'd have to go back through the records and try to figure out, okay, what exactly did they add? I can do that and have that ready for you between the time when they were out there in October 2018 and April 17th, 2020. My guess is that what we did and when we were working with the design was making sure that we had the existing building in the proper location. And the other thing that we wanted to do was make sure that we had the existing drainage, that the catch basins and those items better described on the plan. Because we started our design before that April 2020 date, and then we finished our plans, and you see that those are those plans are dated with a recent revision because we added some information for the planning board, but before that. So we designed. So the Academy asked us to design the parking area. We then gave it to the Academy and their contractor, who then took it through code enforcement and started doing the work. We weren't it wasn't brought to our attention until the stop work order was issued. That's when they needed to stop work.
All right. So if I'm following you, this kind of just make do parking area was in existence at least, well, going back quite a ways, you're indicating.
Quite a ways.
And it was the one that was though offered through the planning stages of the new hall itself and whatever else, the roadway, and it wasn't updated until, well, last, was it, what am I saying here, 2020? 2 years back now, or no, 1 year back, yeah. So it wasn't updated until last year. When was it a case of it was the realization that this wasn't working, or was that just kind of a follow through on what we intended to do all along? Because I guess there's just that missing link that there was this intention for the larger lot from the beginning, if I hear you right.
Well, I think in the overall grand scheme of things, yes, that they knew that that parking area was inefficient, and that eventually they would like to do the expansion. When they did the Wigan Hall renovations, budget was a concern there. And I think, I mean, I believe that Wigan Hall was 2018, 2019, maybe. Maybe it was all 18, the expansion on that part.
So if okay, just to, I don't want to beat this too much at this point. I'm just, so it was a case though where there was this plan that you have now, or any other previous representation of it, didn't exist for any previous us or the building inspector to look at. So there was nothing there to have been approved earlier. It is only now, well, actually not quite now. It was June of last year, I guess, where you generated this new plan, but that in fact had never been approved or even looked at by anybody previous. Is that correct?
Correct. That well, if I'm following correctly, is that the this plan with the proposed 24 spaces was completed, the engineering was completed last year. It wasn't not part of any of the Wigan Hall expansions.
Mm-hmm.
And then this was given to the academy, who gave it to the contractor, who went and talked with code enforcement about doing the work. And then there was a change. I don't know what happened in between. I wasn't part of that, so I can't answer that.
Well, I appreciate the dilemma in a way, or the dilemma for everybody in the way that we've had a couple of people come and go, needless to say, in a number of areas here in town, and so it's maybe there's an assumption or two that was made, but I can see the issue we're faced with is that there was no approval of this by this planning board or any other entity, and yet there was if I'm understanding correctly, there was an assumption that the planning board in some fashion had okayed some proper parking area, but that, of course, if that's the case, and if I'm understanding that right, that still.
So I think I can simplify. My understanding is that a prior building inspector, code enforcement officer incorrectly indicated that this did not require site plan approval. Our opinion is it did trigger site plan approval, and that's why we're here tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, I can. Next question. Okay, good. I understand, I think.
Okay. What I'd like to do, any questions from the board? Further questions from the board? Well, we found it complete. What's the wrong application? Read the abutters list. I'll open public comment at this point in time. If you would like to comment on this application, please turn on your camera or get my attention somehow, and you will be given the ability to speak on this case, preferably abutters first. Going once. Going twice. Okay, I will close public comment at this time. Note that we are subject to reopening at the next hearing. No further questions from the board, no questions from staff.
No questions, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note for the record that there are 2 requested waivers for this application. The first is to forego the requirement for labeling all names, addresses, and tax map numbers of abutting property owners. This is a fairly large and fairly wide parcel. And so in order to do this at a scale that correctly show or adequately depicts the proposed changes, they can't also show the parcel in its entirety. Given the limited nature of the proposals, I have no problem with that waiver request. The other requested waiver is to allow parking and circulation areas within 20 feet of the front and side setbacks. And Mr. Oliva did indicate that they are currently before the ZBA requesting a variance for pavement in the side and rear setbacks. So I made a note in my staff report related to that waiver into court, indicating what specifically each board is approving. If the ZBA chooses to approve the variance request, they are approving the placement of pavement within the 20-foot setback. However, the site plan regulations say that parking and circulation areas can't be in the 20-foot setback. So by approving this waiver, you would be saying that they have permission to use the pavement within the setback for parking and circulation. Since we essentially have two boards acting on a similar question, and since your approval of the waiver request is somewhat dependent upon ZBA approval of the variance request, we are recommending that you continue this to the May 27th meeting, because the ZBA will meet on May 24th, when we are expecting that they will render a decision.
Okay. And barring no other comments, I would entertain a motion to that effect to continue this case to May 27th.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Betty Smith, second by Ms. Lee Baldwin. Discussion? Hearing none, Susan can do a roll call vote, please.
Al?
I think that was a Hal.
I think that was a, yeah.
Oh, I must have muted myself. I said yes. Sorry.
It's okay.
Joe?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And Bob?
Yes. Okay, we'll see you on the 27th.
Great. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, well, let me address one question. Generally, for our rules and procedures, we adopted a rule that we would not accept or act administratively only on new applications that came before us after 9:30 to avoid running extremely late evenings. This is also, we have still 27 participants at 9:30 at night. So there is obviously something, an application of interest. We have two left tonight, Camp Yavna. I think we've dealt with some of this before. I think we could do this fairly quickly as far as at least hearing the new part of the application and continuing. My guess is that it's 2112 that is of interest, but it's the board's decision.
Well, I'll make a motion that we continue on to address what you just pointed out, Bob.
Okay. You think we need a motion? I was looking for a sense of the board.
Mr. Chair, I believe the way the rules and procedures state that either you will only act on completeness and continue to a date and time certain, or that you do need a motion of the board.
I stand corrected.
To take up and engage the business.
Thank you. Joe made a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Second by Mr. Jandever. To continue on to two more cases tonight. Discussion?
I'm worn out, so I'm going to vote no.
Well, okay. That's your choice. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Susan, could do a roll call vote, please.
Al?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Betty?
Yes.
Lee?
As in a butter, do I have to drop out of the Yavna one again?
Yes.
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 All right, in that case, I'm going to vote no.
Okay.
Tim? Oh.
Yes.
And Bob?
Yes.
Tim is yes. Yes.
Okay.
So that is 1, 2, 3, 4,
4 to 2.
4 to 2 to continue on. Okay. That being said, my day typically starts at 4 a.m. So I'm in the boat with Hal. I would like to see if we can get done by 10 o'clock, 10:15. Camp Yavana 2111 is up next.
Okay, I recuse myself.
Bob, I recuse myself also.
So that leaves us 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Voting designation is Betty Smith, Bob Strobel, Tim Jandeberg, Joe McCaffrey.
No, take Tim out.
Tim just recused.
Oh, sorry, you
himself.
did just say that. My apologies. 1, 2, 3, Hal Kreider. That's who I forgot. You're beside each other in my Zoom, so I just read the wrong name. So that's 2111. We need a motion of completeness. If somebody wanted to make it.
Do we still have a quorum?
Yes.
Yes.
1, 2.
We do. We have 4.
Yep.
Motion to find the Camp Yavna complete.
Okay, second. Okay, motion by Mr. McCaffrey, second by Ms. Betty Smith. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor? Or Susan, could do a roll call vote, please. Sorry.
Betty?
Yes.
Hal?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
And Bob?
Yes. Okay, we're complete. We'll do a read through the butters list. Lee Baldwin of Northwood, William Van Asperen of Hawaii, State of New Hampshire, John and Rose Frost of West Nottingham, Reynold and Christy Lamprin of Northwood, the Robertson Revocable Trust of Northwood, Town of Northwood, Daniel J. and Teresa K. Ferguson of Northwood, Aaron Berube of Deerfield, Josephine Cruikshank of Malden, Mass, Wayne and Janet Fortin of Northwood, Newman Drive of Northwood, Peter and Donna LaBelle of Northwood, Caitlin and Noah Gilpin Wallach, Janet Conroy and Marion. I believe that's all one family. Amazine Family Revocable Trust of Northwood, George Powder of Northwood. Okay, we found a complete.
Mr. Chairman, would you just confirm that Mr. Kreider is within earshot of the meeting? He shut off his video.
He's also muted himself.
And we need 4.
Yes. You might be
Albie,
just
you
taking him.
still there?
That was my question before.
Okay.
Oh.
Sort of has us over a barrel.
I'll give him a minute. He might have just
Yep.
needed a quick break.
Yep, exactly. So while while we're waiting for quorum,
There he is.
Okay. So do we have a representative here? Mr. Bassett is here. You want to give us a brief overview or more since the board is somewhat familiar with your application, you want to give it more for the public than anybody else?
Yeah, excuse me.
My apologies.
I'm Justin Masick with TF Moran. I'll
Yes.
in this presentation.
Sure.
Try to keep things as quick as possible here. But I just want to start off by saying thank you for giving us the opportunity to present tonight. I am joined here by Russell Bassett over the phone.
Yep.
This project that we're proposing is located at 18 Lucas Pond Road on a 55-acre parcel, Assessor's Map 124, Lot 15. The land is owned by Camp Yavna and is currently used as a Jewish overnight summer camp. parcel is located in the general district as well as the wetland conservation and steep slope overlay districts. And the campground is situated between the south side of Route 43 and the north shoreline of Lucas Pond. And if I can share my screen now, I can pull up the site plan.
Sure.
So this project kind of follows a project that we recently had approved for the construction of bunkhouse B11 down here and an addition to the Mark Infirmary building. And now we're actually coming in and we're proposing 3 additional bunkhouses. We have a boys bunkhouse B12/13, a girls bunkhouse G11, and another girls bunkhouse G12/13. And those are the 3 units being proposed as a part of this project. The project proposes work in the steep slope overlay district for the construction of girls bunkhouse G12/13, and relief was granted by the Zoning Board of Adjustments in the form of a special exception on March 22nd, case 21-2. This project also proposes impacts to the 250-foot protected shoreline buffer of Lucas Pond for the construction of bunkhouse B12/13, and approval was granted from the state in the form of an amended shoreline permit ID 2021-00184. Copies of both of these approvals were included as a part of our submittal package. To kind of summarize everything, the 2 proposed girls' bunkhouses are going to be used to contain sleeping spaces, showers, toilets, and sinks. And these bunkhouses will be located adjacent to a cluster of existing girls' bunkhouses located in this area. The proposed boys' bunkhouse will have the same amenities, and it'll be also located adjacent to existing boys' bunkhouses in this general area. The primary intent of this project is to provide new campground facilities that create better separation between campers and counselors throughout the property to help improve social distancing to combat COVID-19. It's important to note that Camp Yavna has no intent to increase the total occupancy on the campground. Instead, campers and counselors will be displaced from existing bunkhouses to proposed bunkhouses, which will result in an equal number of maximum occupants in existing and proposed conditions. As a result, there will be no net increase on capacity issues with regards to on-site water and sewer systems. And now I'll just quickly run through the plan set to kind of give an overview for what we proposed as a part of our site development package. This is our cover. It shows the overall vicinity map, our sheet index, and some other general project information. Sheet S1, existing features plan, shows some varying slope zones that was actually requested as a part of our previous approval for B11 and the Mark edition. It highlights some of the steep slope overlay districts and the area that we required relief in for G12/13 was right in here. It was over 2,000 square feet of contiguous area within that district. It also just shows existing features consisting of, but not limited to, delineated wetlands, buildings and structures, fields, existing tree line, utilities, and some of the existing leach fields on site. Sheet C2, notes and legends. It just includes general construction, grading, and utility notes, as well as a legend for the plan set. Sheet C3 is the sheet legend for the plan set. Sheet C4, site preparation, shows the limits of tree removal, and as well as our silt sock that we're proposing as an erosion control measure down gradient from where proposed work is going to be occurring for each one of these 3 bunkhouses. Sheet C5, site layout plan, shows the location of the proposed bunkhouses as well as gravel pathways, entrances, and stairs for each building. Porches are being proposed on each one of the bunkhouses, and that'll act as the main entrance location, and emergency exits are located on the sides of each one of the proposed bunkhouses as well. Sheet C6, grading and drainage plan, shows proposed grades required for the construction of each bunkhouse. The extensive grading here is minimized due to the buildings being raised by buried posts and footings, and the stairs being used to reach finished floor elevations also helps minimize the need for additional grading in the surrounding areas. And also to note, with the buildings being raised, it helps maintain existing drainage patterns throughout the general area of work. Sheet C7 is our utility plan, and this shows the proposed utilities that will service the 3 bunkhouses, including water, sewer, gas, and electrical. 2 new propane tanks are being proposed for B12, 13, and G11, and an existing propane tank is being relocated that will service G12 and 13, excuse me. And existing water lines will be tapped into, and water services will be provided for each one of the bunkhouses. And we're showing proposed septic tanks for each one of the bunkhouses as well. And we're currently in coordination with the state, and we're making efforts to receive approval. And we'll be providing those to the town when they are received. Sheet C8 is our erosion control note plan, and this just contains all the erosion controls, notes, and best practices for the contractor to follow to ensure that adequate erosion measures are installed and maintained throughout the duration of construction. And sheet C9 and C10 contain our erosion control and construction details for the contractor. That concludes our site development plans. We are requesting 1 waiver for this project, and that's in the site plan review regulations section 9D, and that's for stormwater drainage. We included that as a separate submittal item. I could go through the reason for the waiver, but unless you would like me to hold off on that and open the floor for discussion.
Why don't we hold off on that till next time?
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind. Okay. Let's go to overview. Questions from the board? Hal?
Apologies for that.
This goes back to the question I had earlier regarding overall capacity. So I guess I'll defer to James or Linda or you, Bob. I would like to see documentation of what was approved and the capacity. And I would like, if it's part of the application that they state this, then I'd like to see that documentation included in the paperwork that's associated with this, so that each time this comes up and we say we're not changing it, we can go back to the other one, we can find it, and we can move it forward to the next one.
I believe sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it here. So if it's elsewhere, then that's fine, but will it be part of the overall package for this application?
And it looks like it's zoomed in right below Lucas Pond.
So to answer that question, when we dealt with our previous plan submittal for the approval of proposed bunkhouse B11 in the MARP edition, one of the notes from the planning board was to add this table to the plan. And we had gone back and forth with some of the previous meeting minutes from planning board meetings over the past, I want to say 5 or 10 years. And that number had gone up and down, and it had fluctuated.
Right, that's exactly why I'm concerned. So what's the real number?
If Russell is available, he might be able to provide insight on the current camp numbers. I don't believe that they've changed at all since this was approved for the last plan set. And ultimately, our argument being, I can kind of highlight this area. So for this project, this B2 building is being converted to a classroom, and this building G1, G2 is also being converted to a classroom space. And so the plan is to displace the campers that were currently in each of these structures, and that's what will populate the proposed bunkhouses. And so in that case, the net number of campers and counselors won't be increasing. They'll just rather be dispersed throughout the campground. So that kind of accounts for the issue with the potential of an increase when this is approved. But when it comes to, these numbers right here for the entire campground, I'm under the impression that the camp has a maximum occupant capacity, and that's been set with coordination through the state. But if Russ is available, he might be able to expand on that answer.
Well, did the planning board approve those amounts? I mean, because isn't that part of the approval process, Bob?
I
May I
believe so.
speak to that?
Go
May I
ahead, Linda.
speak to that,
I seem to
please?
recall we had this discussion and had the history at the last time for
Right,
the
well,
prior one.
what happened the last time was that the applicants did provide what they felt was the numbers that they had approved in a prior approval. And when I happened to be down putting plans away in the file downstairs, and moving plans around, there is plan sets from previous approvals, and that number was actually on the approved plan, and there's a chart, just like there is on this one, is much lower than what was stated on the record. I can, if you'd like, go back through the last number of years with the approvals and do a table of what was approved by the planning board for numbers.
Well, the feeling is if you don't have the documentation in hand, it's kind of hard to verify. Am I missing something? I don't mean to belabor the point, but if I'm missing something, just say so. But
well,
I don't think anybody has definitively answered the question and put the number aside of the documentation and just laid it all out. And
I think it was
Bob, can I ask a point of information?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding something in regard to what Hal's saying, and overall on the S1, there is in the notes the reference to, it's number 6, campground maximum occupancy capacity. And that's both the staff and campers and all together. And that number is 550.
Right.
Is that not a sufficient statement of it? Or what is Hal looking for something more definitive? I'm not sure.
I think the point is, that is one point, but that is taking, correct me if I'm wrong here, Hal, that's taking the applicant's word
right, exactly,
as to what's been approved, which may or may not be what Linda pulled up from the last time.
Well, what is that number that Linda pulled up then? Does Linda recall that, or?
Yeah, I recall it's definitely not 550, but I think the answer is to get that other plan and provide it to the board. And then the question becomes, this is the number it is now. This is what you approved before. Are you comfortable with this? But and remove all that language of we're not changing it, because there's a possibility it is changing, but what you need is real numbers. And then you can make the determination on this plan, whether you accept the 550 as the maximum number.
Okay.
So.
Would that not make sense?
Yes.
Speaking. Whether we really know the numbers, and it's not just this, I'm not trying to give this in particular a hard time, but we get asked this in general often. Yeah, okay, this is what somebody says, but where's the documentation that really backs that up?
Mr. Bassett, you started to speak, I believe.
Yes, we're not going to increase the number of people we have. It's the same exact number that was written on the last plan that was approved. And we just want to continue with that number. We're not at all interested in expanding.
Okay, when you say the last plan, just so I understand, a last plan from 6 months ago, or?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, there was a statement made into the record that that was the same number as the previous plan to that, which I do not believe it is. I think the only thing that's important is for the board to, as Mr. Kreider stated, he just would like to know what the previous numbers were and as opposed to what's being presented today, and I can provide that documentation for the next meeting.
Okay. Linda, can you, do I have the authority to ask you to do so?
Sure,
Okay. Please do so.
I will.
I think that'll clear up some questions on this. Okay. Questions from the board aside from number of campers, because we sort of, well, we're looking into that one. Other questions on the application? Okay. At this time, I will open public comment on this application. If you would, if Mr. Would stop sharing his screen, I can take a look. You might ask you to do it again if somebody has a question, but if you would like to speak on this application, please turn on your camera, give me a wave your fingers, give me a high sign, say hello, something to that effect, so I know you want to speak. Going once, going twice. Okay, I will close public comment on this hearing, subject to reopening at the next meeting. If the board has no questions and staff has no questions, I would entertain a motion to continue the case 21-11 to, gotta look up my calendar again, May 13th.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. McCaffrey, second by Ms. Betty Smith. Discussion. Hearing none. Susan, could do a roll call vote, please.
Betty,
Yes.
Al,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes. Okay, thank you. We'll see you on the 13th.
Thank
Linda, I
you.
assume that you have enough time to get that information.
Certainly.
Okay, sort of
I
thought
will
so.
get right on it and
I
mail it
figured-
out to you.
I figured you would have told me if you had questions about the 13th. Couldn't make the 13th. Okay, next case. Hopefully the one that people have been waiting for. My apologies for the end, but that's the way the cookie crumbled. 21-12 KRJ Finance, Princess Pine Road. Voting designation in this case, I believe, unless somebody wants to surprise me, is all members present. I don't think we have any abutters who are members of the board. Okay, and pull up, the planner has stated he doesn't, he feels this should be considered complete, and I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Baldwin, second by Ms. Betty Smith. Discussion on completeness. Hearing none. Susan, could do a roll call vote, please.
Al,
Hal, you're muted.
Yeah, it doesn't always come off. Yes.
Betty,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes. Okay. I'll read the abutters list. And please speak out if you're here. So I know, just because I like to mark that you are present. Bianca M. Deneen, Trust of Falmouth, Mass. Phil Ogier.
Here.
You're here, yes. Comstock Family Trust, William and Linda Comstock of Bedford. Randy and Hope Hitchcock of Marblehead, Mass. James and Janine Pettigrew of Valrico, Florida. Ryan and Amy Fernald of Northwood, applicants, I believe.
Yep, I'm here.
Yep, thank you. And Sherry and Robert Edmund of Dover, New Hampshire. Okay. Thank you for that. You'll be given a chance to speak probably in a couple minutes. So, Mr. Barry, I believe you're with us. Do you want to give us an overview of what's going on, what you're proposing?
Sure. For the record, my name is Christopher Barry. I'm with Barry Surveying and Engineering, representing KRJ Finance here this evening. As the planner points out in his planner's notes and recommendations, this is a proposed subdivision that actually takes place in the town of Stratford. And the reason we're here before the board tonight is it takes its access from Princess Pine Lane, which is actually in Northwood. And due to the state law, we're required to come to this board for discussion about access to that subdivision through your town. Just as a little background information, Princess Pine and Gaviot Green is a subdivision that was started many years ago. And it was contemplated that the parcel that we're looking to develop would gain its access through Princess Pine. There's an easement at the end of the existing roadway infrastructure that grants us access to our parcel. And the prior landowners and proprietors of the subdivision essentially worked out that there would be potentially up to 5 new house lots on the piece of land that actually resides in Stratford. And that was sort of brought into the subdivision of Gaviot Green, which was eventually then built out. So for the purposes of applying for Northwood's review and approval, before you use the existing conditions plan, here you can see we've got Princess Pine, we've got the one leg of the hammerhead that was constructed, and then the rest of Princess Pine that was constructed just about down to our boundary line. There's a wetland that traverses through the front side of the site. There's a rather large piece of upland, and then there's another small wetland that traverses down through the back side of the site. And this does front on Bow Lake. So that's here at the left portion of the screen. The proposed subdivision and the town line is actually our boundary line. So we've gone out, we've located 2 of the town bounds and established where that boundary line is. What the applicant would like to do is simply extend Princess Pine Road onto the subject parcel in Stratford and is proposing a 4-lot subdivision. Bulk of this discussion would take place in the town of Stratford. But as your planner points out, the purpose and intent of discussing this in Northwood here is simply the road connection between the end of Princess Pine Road and the boundary line with both the town of Stratford and the county line. And so what we've done is we've prepared a brief plan set that demonstrates the proposed subdivision, and then more importantly, I've proposed the road design and construction standards that would be utilized in both the town of Northwood and Stratford. I just want to point out for the record that much of the information in Stratford is subject to change, whereas that will require that planning board's review and approval. And so though some of this technical engineering data may change as part of the review, the overall design of a proposed 4-lot subdivision will not actually be different. And so what we're proposing to do in Northwood is modify the end of Princess Pine Lane, which is sort of an excessive slope, propose to flatten that slope out into a vertical curve, and then come down into a compliant roadway standard in both towns. And so there will be some reconfiguration of the end of Princess Pine Lane to allow for much better access and slope onto the site. And all of that is maintained inside of the actual easement that was provided as part of the original subdivision. We have gone through both towns' roadway review regulations and have basically chosen to use the more restrictive of the two so that we have a compliant roadway standard from where we connect onto Princess Pine throughout the rest of the roadway construction. Stormwater runoff is proposed to be captured through a small amount of bituminous curbing and routed down to a treatment cell in Stratford before discharged back into the wetland. So there's no increase in stormwater that would take place in the town of Northwood because all that stormwater is being captured and then rerouted. Existing utilities would remain in Princess Pine, and then we would likely propose a drop pole, and then underground utilities would be taken in from there. Plan set includes cross sections and then some construction details, as well as sediment erosion control details. I won't go through all of those here this evening. I think the one question that your planner has brought up, he's brought up that our checklist mostly says not applicable, whereas many of the subdivision items, checklist items that are required as part of a standard major subdivision are not applicable to this project because we're not actually creating any new lots in the town of Northwood. So we've checked off not applicable. And then the one area where the applicant and the planner disagree is that Princess Pine is currently about, I forget the number exactly, but it's less than 1,000 foot to the Gaviot Green intersection. And our extension would not extend that any further than 1,000 feet. So the roadway that would remain inside Northwood is less than 1,000 feet.
I believe it's 971 to the town line.
Yeah, I stated it in my application. I just didn't have that right off the top of my tongue. And our rationale is that the town of Northwood regulations require that the roadway be 1,000 feet or less from any one access point, and we're compliant with that in the town of Northwood itself. We're not proposing to change any of the life safety aspects in the town of Northwood. The only thing that would really change is an increase in life safety aspect, whereas we are extending the roadway out at a flatter grade, proposing a more compliant hammerhead, which would be reviewed by the life safety professionals in the town of Stratford. So we don't feel as though we need a waiver in the town of Nottingham, but your planner feels differently. So with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Well, I have one, I guess, or two.
Okay, go ahead.
Just for understanding, couple of things. As I understand it, well, as I understood it when I drove it, Gaviot, and I want just to have a few things, I guess, clarified here. So Gaviot is a private road as it comes in, and it's labeled that way as you enter it. In fact, does it? Princess Pine, I take it, is also a private road as part of that subdivision?
That's correct.
That's my first question. Yep.
Yes, all of these are private roads.
Okay. And they're maintained then by this, whatever association pertains, that surround, you mentioned a developer that had developed this area, so I assume it's under one agreement, one association?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And so the extension of this road would, as it goes to the Stratford line, would also become part of that?
It's not required of the applicant to become part of that membership. Specifically states that in his agreement and deed.
Okay, maybe I misspoke there. I don't mean the individual, the lots that are in Stratford and the future residents there. I'm not saying they would have to be part of the association. I mean, maybe they would, but that wasn't where I was going. But I'm wondering about the extension of the road that would be part of the responsibility of the Northwood membership that's represented on Gaviot and Princess Pine. Would that be right?
So the extension of the road into Stratford would not be the responsibility of the current Gaviot Green private road association.
Well, whose responsibility would that be then?
We would have to form our own private association to take care of our section of the roadway.
Oh, so the extension, the approximately 971 feet you referred to, that would become part of the responsibility of the future Stratford residents in the proposed subdivision?
Yes, and just to clarify, the 971 is the intersection of Gavia down to the end of Princess Pine.
Oh,
down to the end of where we're proposing to cross into Stratford.
And then,
Yeah, well, that
Chris,
makes
I think
sense.
your extension into Stratford is something like 300, 400 feet.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that makes better sense as I'm looking at it. I'm not trying to measure anything, but there's lots got way bigger at 971. Okay.
So to clarify, to clarify Joe's question, so there's an association that takes care of Gavia Green currently. We're not required to be part of that association, though I think the applicant has reached out to them to discuss potential membership. And then the lots that are in Stratford would have to have their own association, because I don't believe that the Gavia Green Association is required to take on new members and new roadway infrastructure. So,
all right. Well, that makes.
So we would have to maintain all of our own infrastructure.
So the addition, what is it? Our planner was saying 300 and something. I didn't quite, whatever that number is. That would be maintained by who?
The association for the 4 new lots.
But they're in Stratford. They're maintaining though this portion of road that is in Northwood. The proposed extension in Northwood. They would be maintaining that?
Yes. So we're not looking to put any new responsibilities or onus on the Gavia Green Members Association. So wherever they end their current responsibilities now, so presumably here at the end of the roadway, that's where we would expect that the limit of their responsibility would end also into the future. And then we would take it from there. Now, how functionally that happens, it most likely whoever plows, really snow maintenance is the biggest issue. Whoever plows Gavia Green, it would make the most logical sense for the Stratford members to hire the same plow contractor. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. Hopefully it does, because again, it makes the most logical sense, but that's not always how the world operates.
Yeah.
So wherever the end of their current limit of their responsibility that they take care of now where that would end, and then the responsibility of our applicant and his future owners would take from there.
All right. To me, okay, I'm tripping over myself here, but there's a little more clarification, I guess I just want to have, but let me just go to what would be the extension of Princess Pine. Is that lot, let me see, it's labeled as 38. Is that undeveloped at this point? I mean, there's nothing on it other than it being a delineated lot?
Keep in mind, Joe, that's in Stratford.
No, I'm referring to, no, I don't think so. Am
Oh,
I wrong?
no, sorry. So, my apologies. I saw 35 and I need to put my glasses on.
Yeah, well, I'm having trouble too, but I think it's 38. Is that what I'm saying?
Yes, it is.
So this lot 38, though this aerial photo doesn't show it because the construction is so new, there is a new house here in the corner on lot 38.
Okay. And their access is back onto Princess Pine, or does it go out the other way?
No, it comes down to Trillium, and then there's this odd little easement that they utilize to enter from Trillium into their lot.
Okay, I mean, I don't consider that a major issue one way or the other, but I was just wondering, as I went to the end there, it went to trees and underbrush and so forth, but so I'm assuming nobody was coming in and out of, it dead ended at the kind of the hammerhead there, though part of the hammer was missing. But that aside, just another question. Princess Pine does not seem to come back out on the Bennett Bridge Road. I didn't see any evidence of it. That apparently was never, even as a class 6. I mean, I see nothing there. What's the status of that?
For whatever reason, it wasn't fully completed. There's a right of way to it, but it really ends at this individual's driveway. So I couldn't tell you why they weren't required to finish construction. It seems as though
Okay.
they probably
All
should.
right. But that was all part of the development of these various lots that surround Princess Pine and Gaviot and whatever.
That's correct.
Okay. I might have one or two more questions, but let me just be quiet now and then,
Okay.
because we're running out of time and so forth.
Thank you. Hal, go ahead.
So, what's the route that emergency vehicles will take?
They would come through Northwood, Gaviot Green, Princess Pine to the.
I'm having trouble hearing. Can you just show us with your marker?
So they would come through Northwood. So they would come through Gaviot Green, Princess onto the site here.
They would not come in, as Joe said, because that other one is the driveway of the person down lower there.
Yeah, there is no connection here.
Would they potentially come in the other way?
I don't know that there's a connection here either.
I didn't see any.
So there's no connection there. There's no connection at the lower point. The only connection to the other road is where?
Gaviot Green.
To Bennett Bridge.
And that's all paved.
Yes, that's built.
I understand it's paved, but where's the second egress for that?
Well, it was supposed to be here and here, but for whatever reason.
It's supposed to be, but we can't, do we deal with, Bob, do we deal with supposed to be, or do we have to do it?
That's quite a question to deal with at 10:20.
So I will note that my staff report was based on the aerial imagery and the right-of-ways that I'm seeing on the tax maps. I did not have the opportunity to go out and drive those roads. So if in fact there is no connection through, then I think we have a single point of access that's even further away.
That is correct.
That's what I was trying to understand. I just didn't quite grasp what was going on there. Because that, when I looked at it, I didn't know where this 970 came from.
My de facto, my statement on the single point of access being 971 feet was based on the understanding that the single point of access would be the intersection of Princess Pine and Gaviot Road from Princess Pine to the boundary. With the understanding, again, looking at aerials and not having been on the ground there, that there were multiple ways to get to Gaviot. If in fact the only point of access onto Gaviot is even further, then I think I would reiterate my opinion that we need a waiver.
Okay, well, let me just ask, to be clear, the expectation would be that for these lots in Stratford, that via mutual aid, we would be the first responders. Is that correct?
I think that's highly likely that Northwood would be the first on the scene.
I guess the related question I've got is, does Stratford have any regulations such as we do on the 1,000-foot maximum?
I believe Chris mentioned that they have something. I'm not sure that it's exactly 1,000 feet. But I think that is their purview to determine what exactly that means. The RSA that grants us mutual jurisdiction, just for those following along, is 674:53. And under that RSA, we notified the town of Stratford formally as abutters to this application tonight. And we would expect that they would notify us when the application is filed in Stratford. It has not been yet. So if that is a piece of information that we feel is relevant to their proceedings, that in fact there is only one way to access the Gaviak Green subdivision, that would be something we could submit to them in writing as testimony at that time.
I guess then the other, I guess, unrelated question, at least from an access standpoint, is it goes back to my questions about when we're doing construction and different things, and if the roads are damaged and things. These are private roads that the developer would access, and therefore any issues would be handled by the private road owners, correct? The town would not have to get involved?
That's correct.
That would be my understanding as well.
Okay. Yeah.
May I just ask again, Hal, just interrupt, maybe just
go ahead.
How many lots are in the, just 3 are going to be in the proposed?
4.
4 in the Stratford subdivision?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. At this point, unless the board has any questions, I would like to open it up to public comment since people have been waiting for a good while. We have, as deference, we have 2 abutters who are present tonight. I would like to give them the opportunity to speak if they would like to first. If you do, maybe Mr. Barry can stop sharing his screen so I can get a better view of who's present. If you wouldn't mind, thank you. Do either Mr. Auger or one of the Fernolds like to speak? Mr. Auger, go ahead.
Thanks, Bob. Just a point on the Stratford limitations, 800 feet is the dead end street limitation. And I'm speaking as an abutter. Some folks know that I'm a planning board member, but I'm speaking as an abutter tonight. When Gaviak Green was approved, I believe you'll find in the records that just a short stretch of Bennett Bridge Road was upgraded to Class 5. And the Gaviak Green Road goes in from the end of that approved Class 5 section. The rest of Bennett Bridge Road, through the process of approval, it was decided that that was going to be kept as a Class 6 road for whatever reason. I believe that's the situation. And that may explain why that other Princess Pine Road wasn't completed in through, I don't know. Question for the board, does the town of Northwood allow subdivisions to occur off of private roads within the town of Northwood?
James, you wanna? I'm thinking at the same time.
So this gets a little bit to jurisdiction in this case. For a point of fact, we would require frontage on a Class 5 road or better as a feature of the parcel. However, since in this case, I'm interpreting that as a feature of the parcel itself and not a feature of the road and the access to the parcels, I think that that is outside of our jurisdiction for this application and falls under the jurisdiction of the town of Stratford. So
I'll just be clear, I'm going to contest that viewpoint, but it's a difference in how I read your ordinance. I have a lot of issues with the subdivision plan as it's proposed. Most of those issues are to do with the town of Stratford. But I look forward to you folks looking more into the road situations out there and distances from Bennett Bridge Road and looking into this in more detail. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Fernald, do you have comments?
Yeah, Bob, we were just, our main concerns are the trucks coming in and out for construction, and the roads as they are currently. I mean, we as an association maintain them and pay for repairs and such, but they're in fairly tough shape in some spots. So I guess those are some of the initial concerns for us, just being the butters and having the construction vehicles and the heavy equipment in. We want to bring that to the attention, which I'm sure they're aware of.
Okay. At this time, I'll open it up to any members of the public who would like to speak. You need to turn your camera on and do exactly as you're doing. Raise your hand, get my attention somehow. I have it as Mark Alsop.
Yes, hi. I'm actually Kim Alsop. I live at 5 Gaviot Road, which is at the very top. And I think our concerns are that, one, we do pay dues to pay for road maintenance as well as plowing. So my question for the builder or for the town itself is, are we going to be compensated for any damages that do occur to our roads where they're already having issues? And are we going to be compensated for the constant heavy equipment going up and down the roads all day? So where we pay for the roads, that is our concern, is that we are already looking at road repairs in the future and putting money into our coffers for those road repairs. So are the 4 new houses also going to be part of that plan, or is the builder somehow going to compensate us moving forward for any damages that occur from the trucks?
Let me just say, as a select board member from the town of Northwood, it's a private road, so we wouldn't be going to bat for you on this. You're a private landowner and private road owner. You'd be on your own to deal with that.
Well, if I may say so, if you're not going to go to bat for us, then this is going to come out wrong. What gives the planning board the right to give a builder access to our private road
For another town.
for another town?
That's a
There's only one way in and one way out of this neighborhood, and that is Gaviot Road. So all traffic, all building, the four new houses, they will have to come in through Gaviot Road. That's private road. If the town of Northwood is not going to back us up and do anything for us, then they should have no authority to extend that road to Stratford. It's our road.
That we pay for.
That we pay for.
It's your road, yeah, but what I'm saying is, as a select board member, I don't believe we can go to bat for you to argue to help you get money to support your road because it's a private road. That's what I'm referring to.
And
So we would have to go
we accept that, and we would have to get it from the builder, which, we don't have the money to sue somebody. So my suggestion would be, as since we are taxpayers for the town, that the extension not be granted. Nobody's, it's a private road. It's our road. We do not want an extension of Princess Brown.
That's part of the application process.
Yeah, I'm only trying to give you a heads up as to what we can do from a town perspective. The arguments about whether it gets extended or not, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, are via the planning board, which we are hearing.
Right. So,
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I'm just trying to, make sure you're clear on what we can and can't do. And
of course,
I understand.
Can't hire town council to go to bat for you, unfortunately.
Right.
It's a private road.
But you can make correct me if I'm wrong, you can make a recommendation for the extension not to go through.
That would be the planning board, which.
Planning board does have that.
Yes.
That is the authority, which is why
we're here now talking to the planning board. What I was referring to was what we as select board members can do for you. And I don't want to set expectations that we can't meet. I want you to be sure you're clear on that. And then for the planning board, we'll listen carefully to everybody and make a decision. But given it's a private road, we have to keep it private from a town legal, damages and stuff like that. If it was a town road, we'd be all over it and saying, hey, they broke the culvert. We want some money to fix it, all that. we can't,
Yep. I understand that, which is why our stance is, why extend it?
yeah, well, you'll get your chance to make those arguments to the planning board.
Thank you
That's
very
why you're
much.
giving it, yeah. And keep in mind for clarity, planning board does not have authority over road maintenance. That is
right.
Board of Selectmen.
Understand. Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay. Other members of the public who would like to speak on this? I have you as Elaine. You'll need to state your name though.
Elaine Stotler. I'm a resident of Gaviot Green Development, and I live on Gaviot Road. And just to clarify, currently there's only one way in and one way out, and that's onto the paved portion of Bennett's Bridge Road and then onto Gaviot Green. However, I read in the deed that there's deeded right of access from Bennett's Bridge Road, the unpaved section, which I think is a class 6 road. It's not town maintained.
Correct.
Through Princess Pine in front of the house that's right on the corner of Bennett's Bridge and Princess Pine, and then all the way down. So I wondered if there are any future plans to open that, since you have the deeded easement or access. Do you have plans to open that eventually?
Right.
For
Can't answer that one.
Mr. Barry?
I wasn't sure who the question was directed to.
I was wondering if it was directed at me, tell you the truth.
To me, that's what I was wondering as well. If that was directed to Mr. Kreider or not, but.
No,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Barry.
So there's two parts to what I'm going to try and answer. So first, the first individual that spoke, we have the right to utilize the roadways within Gaviot Green. We have the right to extend Gaviot Green or Princess Pine. It was granted to us by the prior landowners that developed the subdivision. But currently we're not, to answer your question directly, we don't have current plans to make a connection from the actual Gaviot Green out to Bennett's Bridge Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, and Mr. Barry, just to clarify that, you have no plans to extend Princess Pine out or Littlefield out to Bennett's Bridge, is that correct? Is that what
Yeah,
I think that's what you intended.
Yeah, Gaviot Green extends, I'm sorry, yeah. It
That's
would be
okay.
the extension of Princess Pine, that connection that was never made there.
Yep, that's fine. Just wanted to clarify that. It's all late for us. Okay. Questions from staff or town or sorry, board members?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Tim.
I'm really struggling to understand, you said we don't have authority over road repairs and stuff like that. I don't understand at all what authority we have over these roads. And I certainly would, I listened to what the town planner said. I didn't understand it. I'd like to see that on paper, but I really wonder if we've run this by town council. What right do we have to make a decision on private roads? I don't get that.
It's RSA 674 4053, right at the top of the town planner's staff report.
Tim, which portion are you talking about? Are you talking about the requirement for frontage on a class 5 road that Mr. Ogier brought up? Are you talking about
my understanding is Princess Pine is a private road.
Correct.
What right do we have to say they can extend it or not?
So there are two, I think I'll frame it this way. There are two types of permission that the applicant needs to be able to extend Princess Pine Road. One is the permission from the people whose land they need to go over with Princess Pine Road to extend it. They already have that permission in the form of a legally recorded easement from prior subdivisions. The other permission they need is subdivision approval to extend the road. The vast majority of what they're doing is in Stratford, but because the only way to what they're doing in Stratford is over roads in Northwood, we have review authority over their subdivision application. That review
1,000-foot rule.
Correct. So that
you
review,
say they would need a waiver.
right. So that
Okay,
review authority that we have is granted by RSA 674-53. And it
53,
says that our
all right.
jurisdiction is limited to access. So where we're going through our normal application checklist and deciding what is relevant and what is not, I asked Mr. Berry to take an initial pass through the checklist and decide what he feels is covered by site access. I reviewed his proposal, and for the most part, I agree with him that he has identified the correct items that are relevant to your jurisdiction. Our sole point of disagreement is whether the waiver is necessary for the 1,000 feet.
It sounded to me, I'm sorry, it sounded to me like you're going to do some corrections on your calculations because you weren't quite sure what roads were out there are or are not.
My interpretation of the aerial imagery that I was seeing and of the tax maps that I was reading was that there are 3 ways to get to Princess Pine Road from Bennett Bridge Road via Princess Pine itself, Gaviot Road, and Littlefield Lane. If 2 of those 3 are not in fact ways to get through, then we have a sole point of access that is even further from the proposed subject parcels than the 971 feet that I mentioned in my staff report.
Tim, it
You'll be
works out.
nailing that down before our next meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you would like me to issue a new staff report in which I put that in writing, I will.
I certainly would.
In rough numbers, Tim, it's about 2,300 feet.
Yeah, that's a long ways.
Ms. Stadler, your hands up.
The only way currently in and out of Gaviot Green neighborhood is through Gaviot Green off of Bennett's Bridge Road. Littlefield does not connect to Abbott Road. Abbott Road, I believe, is also a private road. And Bennett's Bridge Road does not connect to Princess Pine. So there's only one way in and one way out.
Spoken from a resident. Okay.
Well, can I
we're
ask Bob?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Another point, clarification. Hal, just so I know that's not an official number. Where did you come up with 2,300 feet?
It's a.
Well, how did you?
That's an eyeball.
Well, I mean, if you're talking paved roads or if you're talking just the, I'm hearing 971 is an approximate, let me call it approximate number for the
Joe, let
road.
me save you some time. We can certainly measure the point of access from Bennett Bridge to the end of Princess Pine. So we know exactly what we're talking about. So we don't,
Okay,
we don't have to misunderstand. Yep.
All right, that was Chris talking.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So good. I just want to hear a couple of things that sound like they're nailing down something. But 971 along a paved road, Gaviot and Princess Pine, a Gaviot coming off of the short portion of Bennett Bridge Road that was paved just a little while back that was referred to. But if we start at Gaviot as it leaves Bennett Bridge Road and then down it to Princess Pine, we're talking 971. Is that correct, Mr. Berry? Or
no.
Oh, we're talking 2,300.
No.
Okay, I know you said that, Al.
So
That's what I wanna
let me clarify what I'd request for next time from whatever source is needed.
Yeah.
I would like, because we're going around about this. I would like
the distance within 10 feet from the point, the intersection of Gaviot Road and Bennett's Bridge to
Okay.
the current end of Princess Pine.
All right.
I'll share my screen so to be clear.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Have you drawn it? Nope, you're blank. You're on.
Well, that number is, Hal,
I think Chris understands.
Yeah,
what we're
Chris
asking
understands.
for.
He gets it. I want a comparison. Okay. For that distance.
Okay.
Can I muddy the waters a little, Bob? I know you're tired.
Yeah, go ahead. I will tell you, I would like to not end my term by having a meeting to go past 11 p.m. That gives us 14 minutes.
I'm not Joe. I don't talk as much as Joe. So
Okay, go ahead.
Here's my question. So when single access. So would you measure where Caveat comes off Bennett's Bridge Road? My understanding, at least in the past, unless the selectmen have changed, is in the winter, Bennett's Bridge Road from the paved on down is not maintained. So nobody plows it really.
Correct.
So would you measure from Sherburne Hill or from where?
No. That's where I disagree with you. The section of Bennett Bridge Road to Gaviot Green is maintained.
Yes.
Yes,
But
but
we're looking at, so just follow back single access.
Yes.
So where's another access?
There isn't.
Right.
There isn't. The
Oh, I
only
see.
two
I
accesses
see your argument now.
Yeah,
Yes,
the only access is Sherburne Hill going to.
Your argument is exactly. If you keep going, Hal. Yep.
Yeah.
To the corner of 16 and 57, lot 50,
There you
16
go.
and 57.
I'm just
So,
saying.
The 971.
Are we up to 4,000 feet yet, Hal?
The 971 is from here to here. If you continue on down to here, which is Bennett Bridge Road, it's 2,300. And if you continue on, it's another several hundred.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So this is where the 971 came from, because James wasn't aware that this wasn't a through street, and then this is the addition.
Okay, so let me clarify, add on to Tim's point. Let's do a distance measurement from Gaviot Green and Bennett's Bridge, but then also from Sherburne Hill to the same point, or line segments thereof.
Well, can I you do have an access on a Class 6 road, Bennett Bridge, but so it's not
plowed in
really.
the winter.
No. That section that Hal just drew on the screen is
I
maintained in winter.
I'm talking the other way.
Yeah. Correct.
Other way.
So Bennett Bridge is not maintained at all in the winter?
The town does not maintain it.
The town does
You
not
know my
maintain
road,
the.
Joe, I have to maintain my own road.
Yes, the
That's
town does
not the
not
point.
maintain the section of Bennett Bridge Road that is not shown between the two green lines on the current street.
Okay, just a matter of clarification. That's,
Yes.
I wasn't clear that was not maintained. I thought maybe it was, but okay. I'm following along with the argument here that Hal is making, so.
Yep.
I'm not making an argument, I'm just saying what the numbers are.
Okay.
Well,
so we've asked for that clarification for next time. I think that'll help make us a determination as to the number from a single point of access.
Bob, could we also just request that we get the actual documentation regarding Stratford's this single entry distance, just so we
Sure,
have.
that should be available from their town regulations.
Yeah, I mean, I trust Phil, but.
Yes, it would be good.
In writing.
Yes,
Trust but verify, as they say.
Yep. Okay, other questions from the town or the board? Town staff?
Continue this till when?
This would be, the next one would be May 13th.
Motion to continue this to May 13th, please.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Zandberg, second by Ms. Smith, Betty Smith. Discussion, hearing none, thank goodness. Susan could do a roll call vote, please.
Betty,
Yes.
Hal,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
and Bob.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully the next
Motion
time we
to
won't end at
adjourn.
11. Hang on.
Second.
Hang on. Thank you for all. We have a notice of a hearing in Nottingham.
Good night.
I'll
Yeah.
do a 20-second overview of that one.
Yep.
You approved a site plan application for the Northwood Vet. In order to build it, they needed to move someplace else. They moved to a location in, well, mostly in the town of Nottingham. The parcel is bisected by the town line. The driveway is from Northwood. And the town tax maps disagree. There are two buildings on the site. Our tax map says all of one and part of another is in Northwood. Their tax map says all of one and part of another is in Nottingham.
Who's collecting the tax money?
Our opinion, my opinion is that when they applied for their site plan application, this should also have triggered 674-53. We should also have reviewed it, but that didn't happen. It slipped through the cracks when Nottingham did it. We have since spoken to the Nottingham planner. That's another circuit rider contract that SRPC has. So we have told them that, you know, they've already done this one. It's sort of water under the bridge. Their construction is taking longer, and they need to extend how long the temporary site plan is in effect. So I asked them to send us a notice to check the box, but in my opinion, for this application, they're going to be gone in 2 months. It's water under the bridge. We'll deal with it the next time somebody comes in.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Anything else we need to bring up? Betty, you're on.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you.
Yay.
Yay. Yes, we're not even going to do a roll call vote. Thank you all. We're adjourned at 10:53.
Good night,
Good night.
all.
Thank you.